configuration files of the resources that you want to create. It has an API, which basically connects to your resource provider. You'll have like a dedicated account with probably admin permissions. In GCP, you probably have a service account. In Azure, you'll have like it's called like a resource group or a specific group that is used just for admin access. So you'll have these users that are used just for Terraform or just for any other application you can think of. There'll be a dedicated user with a specific permission just to carry out that task. So Terraform is just the creation, the management of infrastructure using automation. So there's two components of Terraform. There's Terraform Core and there's Terraform plugins. Terraform Core reads basically the configuration files, manages the state, and it's basically how the code gets executed. The plugins are basically resources or libraries that come with each provider. So if I'm creating a Terraform, I have configuration files. In these configuration files, I declare what resources I want to create. I want to create an EC2, I want to create a bucket, I want to create an IAM user. There's 3 resources. So I can put them in one configuration file, or I can put them in multiple configuration files depending on how I want to run it, create it, and manage it. So that's the configuration file component. When I go ahead and create these resources, they get stored in a state file. Why? Because Terraform needs to keep track of these resources. If it does not keep track of these resources that it creates, it's going to either delete them again, it's going to recreate them, or it's not going to keep track of them. It needs to know whether that resource exists or it does not. So it needs to be inside the state file. So that's Terraform Core, the configuration and the state, and it runs that stuff for you. Terraform plugins is each provider, such as GCP, Azure, AWS, has their own libraries that call out specific resources. So those are called Terraform plugins. Any questions? So benefits of Terraform: supports public and private cloud environments. So basically multi-cloud. It's easily, you can easily scale up our infrastructure. If I need more instances, if I need more buckets, if I need any resources, I can quickly write some code. Instead of creating it manually and someone deleting it, I can always manage it, and I can always recreate it, and I can always create more just based off the code that I already have. We use with Kubernetes. You guys will learn about this later. Very easy documentation that they have. Their parameters are very simple. It's open source. You can customize plugins as well if you need to create some on your own. You just need to know Go language. I haven't done this. And you can also import existing resources to Terraform, meaning that if some resource was created using CloudFormation, or if some resource was created manually, and Terraform does not know about it, if I create code to run that, Terraform is going to delete that resource and recreate it itself. But I don't want that resource to be deleted, right? If I don't want that resource to be deleted, I just have to write the code for that resource, and then I need to import that resource into the state file, so that way Terraform does not delete it, and Terraform does not recreate it. Terraform just knows about the fact that that resource exists, and Terraform has the code for that resource. And that's how you import in existing resources to Terraform. HCL, that's the language that Terraform is written in, HashiCorp language, and it also translates to JSON if you needed to. And you can make small changes at a time, you can make big changes, minor changes, major changes, doesn't really matter. It's pretty straightforward. These are some commands. The first command that you usually run is Terraform init, which initializes the backend. What does that mean? It makes sure that the directory that you're in syncs up with whatever project or whatever space that you're in the cloud. Whichever user you're using, so on and so forth, it needs to connect. It needs to make sure that it's using the proper user. It needs to make sure that it can pick up, which account it's using, and the state file matches what account it belongs to. So Terraform init initializes the backend. That's the first thing that we have to do before running Terraform. So when I create my configuration files, I'm creating some resources. After I do that, I can't just do a Terraform apply. I need to do a Terraform init first. Or I can do it an hour earlier. I can do Terraform init. I can do Terraform apply an hour later as I make changes. That's fine. But you need to make sure that you do Terraform init first prior to doing any other Terraform command. So this is one that you'll always run. They'll ask you about this one. These are some extra commands. Terraform format. So if your syntax or your format is wrong, you're going to run Terraform FMT on whatever directory or file that you need to run it to. And it will basically go ahead and fix the syntax and spacing for you. Terraform validate will pick up any errors and syntax issues that you'll have. And then what I mostly do is, I mostly do Terraform init. Sometimes I'll do Terraform format if I'm lazy. And then I'll most likely just do a Terraform plan and an apply. So these three are usually the ones that you're running. Terraform plan is just a dry run. It will validate, it will check what resources that you're trying to create, which ones you're trying to delete, which ones, is trying to destroy, recreate, or change. So the plan will tell me that. So I have to read the output the Terraform plan gives me. And I can validate, hey, look at this, if it's recreating an EC2, I don't want that. I got to fix that, right? I want to make sure it doesn't delete things that it's not supposed to delete. And that's our job to catch that. It's also creating the right things. Terraform apply goes ahead and applies the changes. But when you run Terraform apply, it actually does a Terraform plan first, and then it asks you to prompt an answer for yes or no if you want to continue. So even if you skip the Terraform plan and just did a Terraform apply, that's okay, but it's going to ask you yes or no. If you say yes, it's just going to go ahead and apply the changes. So that's why you always want to make sure you do a Terraform plan. If you're very impatient or very hesitant in just writing yes quickly, you're going to end up skipping that and actually applying changes, so be careful of that. And you can pass auto approve for this kind of stuff. Terraform import is what I was talking about. Let's say if I create a bucket manually, and I want to put it into my Terraform state file and keep track of it. I want Terraform to manage it. I have to put the code of that bucket, the name, everything alongside of it, inside a configuration file. And then I need to run a Terraform import command to import that resource into my state file so that it keeps track of it and it doesn't delete it. And that's how you basically import a manual resource. Terraform destroy. So you can run Terraform destroy and it will delete everything that you created within that directory. So it will delete everything. If you only want to delete only one resource, it's going to be Terraform destroy -- target and the name of the resource. And then same thing if you only want to create one resource when you're doing Terraform apply, it's Terraform apply -- target equals the name of the resource. Terraform state list, this will list out all the resources that you have in your state file. And then Terraform state RM, if I want to delete one resource from the state file, I don't want Terraform to keep track of it, I can do a Terraform state RM and delete it from the Terraform state file. So there's two versions of Terraform. There's a paid version and there's a free version. In the free version, Terraform, wherever directory that you run that Terraform from, it has its own state file associated with each folder. So that's how you differentiate and how Terraform has different state files. You run it from different folders. If you mkdir, you create a folder for one project, and another folder for another project, another folder for another project with different names. You just go into that folder and you do your Terraform apply and make sure that the values that you have are for that project, and the state files aren't going to correlate or jump over, and that's how it keeps track of it. If you're on an enterprise version of Terraform, which I use as well, TFE is called, Terraform Enterprise. I'll show you guys when we get to the opportunity for that. When you guys get in place, you'll see a lot of stuff. Terraform Enterprise is basically a paid version. I think the first tier is $100 100 workspaces. So what that means is you basically get a domain or a name that you have to choose, very unique, and you log into terraformenterprise.com. They're going to give you a special domain for you. You log in using SAML. It's going to do like probably multi-factor authentication, or is going to sign in with your organization. And what happens is, you have 100 workspaces, which is the first tier. So instead of running it from a folder, which you guys are probably doing here, you're running it from a workspace. And just think of it, a workspace also as a folder, but it's sitting in Terraform or HashiCorp's own server, whether that's served on the cloud or it's on-prem. That server is where your folder is located, and that's how they sell that service to customers. They manage their workspaces for them, but they offer you a UI for this. So that's workspaces versus local directories. Workspaces for Terraform Enterprise. Local directories is for us, anyone using Terraform free version. And even companies, they still use Terraform the free version. They run it from local directories. That's still common. It's just if some companies want to pay for their workspaces, they go to that route as well. So Terraform Workspaces is offered by a Terraform Cloud as an enterprise tool to manage your infrastructure, manage permissions, and having a history of your runs. So you have extra permissions, all that extra stuff, and a UI for it. Terraform Workspaces allow each one to be completed on a disposable VM and keep track of previous state files in case you like to revert back to previous versions. So it keeps track of all your state files. Their workspace is running in a dedicated directory that's sitting in their server, whether it's on the cloud or on-prem. And when you run Terraform, it runs it on a, let's say, disposable VM. At this point, they probably updated it and running it on a container. That's probably just how it works. All right, so the configuration files.
Yeah, what's up? So just about the commands earlier. So what I did was I created another AWS free tier account, basically as like a testing environment. So I was just curious, how can I test my code without actually deploying infrastructure? Like all plan does is just, it kind of shows you what will be created or destroyed. But sometimes the plan will be correct, but if you want to from apply, you can still run into an error. So do you just suggest like deploying it into a testing environment, like a testing AWS account?
No.
As needs to check?
No, you just apply it. And the plan applies something like a little different. Because the plan the plan is more of like a sanity check, I'd say, on the code and make sure that it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. But then the apply is when it tries to apply it, and you might run into other errors such as permissions or other errors associated with the account. That's when it's trying to apply it. So the plan and apply are very similar. The apply is going to apply the code that you have. The plan just validates that code. So if the plan is successful for the code, it's fine. But if you're running into errors during apply, the code is fine. It's just running into an error with either a permission or something that already exists that it needs confirmation for, or somebody just deleted something, or not enough memory or something like there's some sort of error that pops up that we can resolve. So afterward, I'm done with the slides, you can go over.
I got you.
So these are the files that are very basic files in Terraform. So this is without modules. This is just basic files, okay? You have a providers.tf file. This authenticates to the provider. It knows what provider to use, whether I'm using GCP, whether I'm using AWS, whether I'm using Azure. Right here you see how it says proprietary provider, source HashiCorp AWS version. So this is how it knows that I'm using AWS, or it knows that I'm using GCP or Azure, so on and so forth. This is the provider's file. And then we have a credential, right? We're using some sort of user that goes and creates this resource for us. So there's a credential associated with it. That's basically a JSON file or the key file for that user. And we're storing it locally if we're running it locally. So this just points to where that is. And you don't have to declare this. You can just create an environment environment variable if you like, and export that out or put it in your bash RC. But you can also do it this way if you don't want to keep exporting your file. I always export it because I run in non-prod and prod. We have separate accounts and keys, so I have to know which one I'm using. So I have to always change it up.
Yes, just about what you just said right there. So let's say you do have separate environments where you could deploy your code. Do you just always pass in the path to that account's credentials?
Yep.
When you're running it? Okay.
So I use, we have a variable, let's say Google credentials something equals the path of the key. So that way I always export whichever one I need for the moment. Because I'm always switching accounts, whether it's non-prod or prod, there's separate accounts to use. There's a dedicated user for each environment. Then we have the main.tf file. This is where I want to create a bucket, I want to create an instance, I want to create an IAM user. I can put all of that into this main.tf file, and this is what it would look like. For this case, it's creating a simple instance. So we always want to go with basic examples, of course. So in this case, it's creating a simple instance, and we can obviously add more parameters. You don't need them. You do need the required parameters, and all the other parameters are optional. But in your case, when you get to work, if you're dealing with Terraform, you know, some parameters might be required, some might not be required. It just depends. All right. So the main.tf will have the bucket creation, the instance creation, the IAM creation, whatever resource. Okay. And then we have vars.tf, Terraform.tf vars. These two people will be confused about. They're very simple. Vars.tf is basically if I would like to create a variable. So in this case, I'm creating a variable called instance. Type is equal to string. Description is equal to type. So you don't need to declare a descriptor. You can tell it's a string. So I'm creating a variable. It's a string. It's not numbers. It's letters. Right? It's letters. It's called string. So if I'm creating a variable called instance, it has to be equal to something, right? Instance equal to something. So the vars.tf file does not declare what that value is assigned or what the assigned value is. The vars.tf file just creates the variable. It tells our code that, hey, I want to use a variable called instance. Okay, I want to use a variable for AMI. Okay. Since I create the variable for AMI, I create the variable for instance. It doesn't declare what the value for the variable is. The Terraform.tf vars file declares what the value for the variable is. I wouldn't want to use the word key because that can get very tricky. Because other terms inside Terraform and other coding languages that are going to cross over a lot with key. You don't want to say key. Because key can be mapped and stuff like that. It's different. You're going to get confused if I tell you key.
So Suraj, for example, let's say let's say this is your setup. This is your setup. To have your varsity police with this code written in it, and the Terraform is that's let's say I run the Terraform client, but now I pass the dash var, and now I say instance equals like T2 nano. Is that gonna be more of a priority than these?
You pass externally?
Yeah, like one passive dash var.
No, they're gonna probably conflict out because they say, hey, like you're declaring something else here and then you're telling us something else there. It might not pick it up. So yeah, when in vars.tf we create the variable. In tf vars we specify the value for the variable. So I want to create a variable called student. That's what I do in vars.tf. And then Terraform.tf vars, I put student equals Danish. Yeah, tf vars, we define it. Variables, we create it. And now inside your main.tf file, This is what it looks like, right? The parameter AMI equals, is this a variable right now, or is this just a value? Value, right? So if I created a variable for instance, and I created a variable for AMI, and I want to call it out inside the file now, it's going to be, no quotes here, it's going to be var.ami and var.instance. Why? Because it's called instance and it's called AMI, so it's my variable. The value, again, is instance equals T2 micro, AMI equals this ID. So in here, it would be AMI equals var.ami, instance underscore type equals var.instance. And it's going to pick up these values because it's defined in the TF-vars file. Right. Any questions? From that TF-vars file. There's a dedicated TF-vars file for every directory you run Terraform from.
For the main file, you reference where the provider should connect to. On the main file, you just reference the provider's file to connect to.
The main file is for the resource that I'm creating.
No, I get that. To connect to like AWS, let's say, you said you have the provider's file right here?
Yeah.
So on the main file, do you reference that, or it just picks it up from the
It picks it up because it's in the same present working directory.
Gotcha. Okay.
All these files are going to be in the same working directory.
Okay.
No, it's not a function. So the main.tf file, also the main file is it's just passing the function. Could you rephrase that question, Nicole?
Yeah, I mean, similar concept like a function. So basically we define everything and then we just pass it in the main file. And then main file can just take it from the different TF files that we specified.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, you can. Any other questions? So provider file is connected to the backend, whichever provider you're using. Main TF file will create the resources. Right now, these just have the normal values. Vars.tf file will create the variable. So if it's a number, you can write type equals integer. If it's a list, let's say it's a group of students, which I can show you guys after, type equals students. Type equals list, and then you just declare that. Instance equals this, AMI equals that. So if you want to call these out inside the main.tf file, it's going to be var.ami, var.instance with no quotes. It's going to pick up these values from this file. Okay. So Terraform modules is how we create more code, I'd say, or separate our code and make it more dynamic. So if I'm creating a bucket, if I'm creating an instance, if I'm creating an IAM, I can again put them into one main.tf file, and there's no problem with that. But if I want to be able to manage my code much more efficiently or make it easier for others to understand, I can just use modules. So main.tf file, you can put 10 buckets, 10 IAMs, 10 instances, alerts, or whatever you need inside one file. But then when somebody comes and tries to make a change, they have to look in that file. That file might have like 500 lines or 1,000 lines because you're creating so many resources. So you're just populating one file, and that can get pretty annoying. So what you could do is you can create modules, which means basically another folder within your relative directory. And inside there, You can create a module for S3. You can create a module for IM. You can create a module for instances. You can create a module for monitoring. You can create a module for any other cloud resource that you need. And what that does is you basically separate our code into separate folders. Each folder, such as S3, EC2, IAM, so on and so forth, is going to have a main.tf file and a vars.tf file and a tf-vars file associated with each module. What does that mean? That means that for the module for S3, in the main.tf file, it's only going to have code on creating S3 buckets, right? In the vars.tf file under the S3 module, it's only going to have the variables associated with S3. In the Terraform.tf vars file inside the module, it's going to have only the values that are assigned to those variables for S3. And same thing for EC2. The main.tf file for the module for EC2 is also just going to have code that's only going to create the EC2. And same thing in the vars, same thing tf vars, the variable for EC2, the value for tf vars for EC2s. So a module is a separate working directory, which I can show you guys. And then in our root level main.tf file, this is how we call out our module, and it'll know to use it. So I can show you guys that.
Sure. So now I have to ask, so you have a tf vars files where you're hard coding these variables, but now if you pass these variables again in the module, like is it being overwritten, or you should not have?
You're going to separate each module is going to have its own tf vars file.
Yeah.
And that's only going to be the values for that module.
Yeah.
In the root level tf vars file, which is the top level, right? That one isn't going to have the values for the other ones no more.
Right.
It's only going to have values such as project, region,
Exactly.
so just the general ones.
Exactly. But my question is, so like you see how this is, let's say the module EC2, in the EC2 module folder, in its tf vars file, there was AMI, or let's say instance type equals T2 micro. So now in my root folder, I'm gonna run the module EC2, but now if I define an instance type variable, would I be overriding his?
You would be overriding it.
Okay, that's what I was looking for. Gotcha.
But what you're gonna do instead is you're gonna do var dot something.
Right. Oh yeah, you could just refer to it exactly.
Yeah. And the cool part is, I don't need to do, like, if I have in my module, I have code that creates an EC2. Yeah. I don't need to recreate a new EC2 each single time if I'm using variables and stuff like that. I don't need to recreate that code for it. I can just keep using a module. My module EC2, give it a name, so on and so forth. Just pass the value here. Same thing over and over and over and over again.
100%.
So you don't need to rewrite the code like 10 times.
Yeah, now modules is huge.
Yep. So we'll work on that. I think a lot of you guys have already done this part.
Yep.
Alright, so if you guys need to download it, you guys can still get this package if you're using Linux. Unzip it, move it, run the version, log in, create an account, have an access key, check your identity, and then create a directory and start making code. That's basically how it works. So I'm going to help somebody else out. I think some questions are in the chat. On an interview, would they ask you to do a whole mini project? No. There's not enough time to do a project.
On the interview, they're
On the interview, they're going to ask you as a module. What are some Terraform commands? What is a var.tfr? What's a TFRs file? What would you put in the providers file? What providers have you guys worked with? And stuff like that. There's also an output file, which I didn't cover with you guys. What that means is, if there's some sort of output that is generated from Terraform running something, we can store that output, or we can do something with that output. But it's a little advanced. I've only done it once, but you don't need to do it. It's a little extra advanced, but you guys will not need to do it. All right, so who would like to share their screen? And we can go through how a person installed Terraform.
I guess I will.
Whoever's spoke can go. Can go. It's no problem.
Switch on to my laptop.
Have you already done it? Shafi?
I can just redo it if you want.
No, you don't. But I'm just confirming if you've already done it.
Hey Sharon, are you gonna connect this with the Linux machine or the Windows?
No, Linux. Always Linux.
Awesome. So I haven't connected with Linux. If he's not able to do it,
Oh yeah, no. If you didn't do it yet, you go ahead. You sure?
You sure?
Yeah. I already got it up. So.
Got it. Someone needs to enable sharing.
Again, guys, you guys shouldn't be doing it with Windows. You're just limiting yourself. You can. But you're limiting yourself. You're doing it with Windows. Use only VirtualBox and the wget package. You probably ran into issues with your network. Ren.
Sorry, can you repeat?
You probably ran into issue with your network.
No, but when I run the virtual machine, I did it for command prompt in Windows. That works. But when I try to do it as well with Linux, because I have the doubt in where I should do it, now when I start the virtual machine, says fatal. No bootable menu found. System helped it.
Yeah,
That's it.
Yeah, no, that error is a different error. That error probably occurred. You're probably using a machine that either you broke or messed up, which is fine to do in this class. We're allowed to break these machines here, but not at work. But see, like his machine right now, Mohit's machine is loading up right now. It's booting up. So yours is not booting up because you probably already ran to error from one of the previous projects.
Okay. But I have downloaded the file to do it in Linux. So if you're gonna do it, then I'm gonna follow the same steps.
Funny thing is, I've never done Terraform from scratch. Bertie just had it there. So we just start writing code.
Sharad, you said that for us download the Linux Terraform instead of Windows?
Yeah.
वो फोन दूर पड़ा होता है ना पहले भी मैं उसको ठीक करा के भेजी तो दूर पड़ा होता है अभी ये मैं अंदर तो बाहर पड़ा होता वही मैं कह रही हूँ उस वक्त फोन पास हो सकता
Usually one VM.
फिर अगर उसको दूर
You don't
जाओ
need
तो
to.
फिर वो रोने लगता
Sure. I installed Terraform on Visual Studio Code, and I was able to make like a VPC through it. Is that still valid?
That's valid. Okay.
वो भी फिर हमारे
But if you're doing it from command prompt, that's not valid.
Yeah, I was using like a terminal in Visual Studio Code, and I was able to like make a VPC and all that.
Yep, that's fine. Because the terminal in Visual Studio Code, you can choose what language to use. So you can choose Bash, and then you can just get clone or do anything you want. It's the same exact thing from Linux.
Yeah, because I was, they asked me for the IAM, the security code and all that, and they created. That was dope. Thank you, though. And in Visual Studio, you can pick up the errors. Syntax errors is color coded, so you can pick up all the errors. That's actually the preferred way of doing it at work.
Quick question. Let's say if you're working from home, right? They provide you with their equipment, like let's say a laptop or whatever you need to work with. Is everything pre-downloaded for you, or do you have to set up everything yourself from the scratch?
Most likely from scratch.
From scratch.
Yeah, if you're lucky, they already have it set up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you have to download Visual Studio. You have to download AWS CLI. Anything really, it's just gonna be annoying. But you can read them in class, so that's cool.
Yeah. Another question for that is, say if there's a better for like GitHub, excuse me, for like GitHub and stuff like that, we use like the command prompt. There's also something called Git Tortoise. It's mostly like a GUI version of Git, and make sure it's like very fast, faster than doing command prompt and everything. So I'm just curious. Let's say you do get like a laptop from work and stuff. Would that be okay for them to like for you to actually download a different program to actually do your work? It makes life easier or something.
Yeah, that's dumb.
Okay.
But if others are not using it, I don't know what the heck is that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Hey, Shaz, I just wanted to ask, this question to see something about a laptop. When they send you a laptop, now is this a laptop they have to return to them if you, for example, finish the contract or something like that?
Yeah.
Okay, so then you have to basically ask before you download programs.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
I wonder what version that is. Yeah, you can use that version. They probably got a newer version now, but probably like, I think the newest one is 21. The same thing is fine.
Shiraz, another quick question. How often do you see like for loops or like arrays inside of a Terraform script at work?
All the time.
Oh, okay.
The thing is you can try doing it here, no problem. You'll learn it. But a lot of the basics and foundation is what I'm gonna cover with you guys, because that's what they're gonna ask on the interview. And then on the job, that's what you need in order to get stuff done. But a lot of that code's already there.
Okay, no, I was just curious because I'm like, what's there to make a for loop about? Unless you're running multiple like instances and stuff like that, and then you type in how many times you want it to be looped around.
Yeah, you can have like a variable, bro, that has like it's like a list.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like a for loop on that.
Yep, correct. That's what you're gonna for loop over that list variable. But again, if you don't understand it, then you can try learning it in the class. But as well, it's going to be that code's already going to be there at work. Somebody else already used it or created it. If you're lucky, most likely they did it. So
No, I was just curious, asking. I really understand for loops and arrays. I was just asking how, what people use that in Terraform. Is that online? I don't see a lot of people, talking about it.
yeah, a lot of people write Terraform, but they probably don't write the right way. I've just learned it over time. I've had to write. When I got to my spot, they have like this very, very big list, which maps over like 5 different sets. It's some crazy one. It's very complicated. Yeah. I never sat down and kind of tried to understand it. There's like 5 different keys. Yeah, I can understand it, but I had nothing to do with it. One day when it breaks, I'll have to deal with it. But at the moment, no. But they're gonna have some sort of list and variables already there.
Right.
If they've been using Terraform for.
What about, like, let's say in test environment, do you guys set up like a cache for errors, and so the programs will still run even though there's an error in it? It won't just force stop the whole test process.
No, we'll complete it.
Oh, it will complete it, but even though there's an error inside of it.
Our job is to cache those errors because.
No, I'm saying like so. You use I forgot the syntax, but there's a way where you could put in like catching if there's an error inside this block, catch it, but still keep the program running and keep still doing whatever my script says to do, but still so the program won't just automatically force stop itself just because they ran into an error. I don't know if that makes sense.
It makes sense, but you can put values inside your code during a program that if it fails, it'll still continue.
Okay, cool.
But testing wise, we write the same code for all the environments, and if it fails, that means it's going to fail in a higher environment as well. So whether it's code error, syntax error, permission error, something like that, along those lines, we deploy it into the lower environment development, and then work our way up. And those lower environments is just a separate project inside the cloud. So it's a separate account inside the cloud, basically.
Okay, got it.
For dev, and then for test, and then stage, and then prod. So they'll have 4 accounts for one application, basically. And they'll have its own VMs and buckets and permissions and so on and so forth, basically, for each account. But we'll make the changes first in the lowest account, which is dev, then the test account, then the stage account, and finally prod. But before prod, we have to make sure we have tickets in and permissions in, and we have approvals in order to make the changes in production.
Okay, got it.
We got to learn about change management process as well.
I may need help over here, Shiraz.
What's next up? Okay. So do you have a user right now that has administration access?
Is he talking about Linux or AWS?
Your IAM user.
AWS.
AWS. Yes, I should have a root user.
You need the credentials for your root user.
Yep. So log in. This is your root account. Yep, I am. So now go to users first. Inside IAM. You have a lot of tabs open, so yeah. Go to users. So which user are you going to use?
User 1?
I guess, yeah, and then you need its key. You need a credential.
How do I get my credential?
On that user?
Click on user.
Well, can you press that show 3 more? I just want to make sure you're.
Yeah.
It might be the admin group, but I don't know if the admin group has the full admin access.
Where is it, Danish?
Right underneath add permissions, you'll see go down.
Add permission. I think you're missing permission.
Okay, you just press that the arrow key right in permissions policies.
Or policy the product, yeah.
Just press show 3 more. Right underneath, just go down, south, 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 right there. So you have EC2 S3VPC. I mean,
You don't have IAM?
yeah, that should be fine if you want to do a light word. Sorry, sorry.
So do I add more permission? Or
You could add IAM. Add in blue up top.
permission? Copy.
Attach existing policies.
Search IAM.
Yeah, you can try. IAM full access.
That's the one, right? Or is this one?
Yeah, so it's full access.
Right.
You have to click on the checkbox. Yep, and then you click on next. Yeah, he could do full admin, but what it is his user. He already has like separate permissions right now for each one, so I'm just keeping it separate. So those are your permissions. Okay, do you have a key now?
How do I check if I have a key or not?
So let's say Shiraz is not here, and no one is here. How are you gonna find it?
Search.
Google.
Google? Okay.
Search in Google. A key for EC2 user.
Key.
Or credential. Oh. Key pairs add user SHS EC2. No, it's none of these because your search wasn't right.
Yeah. So
what are you gonna search?
I usually do like the question with how do I find?
You don't need to find because the key doesn't exist.
How do I get?
Create.
Create.
Credential for, and it's not an EC2 user. Remember that, right?
Yes. Say it again. I didn't get that.
It's not an EC2 user.
Oh,
Right?
okay. Yeah. So
It's an IAM user.
then how do I create credentials key? I'm users.
Try that. Okay, guys, using access keys for IAM users. So if Shiraz or no one else is here, you need to, or any, not only you, but others as well in this class, you need to know how to search. Right? You need to know what you're searching for and how, what keywords you're putting in there. So this is the first doc. Click on the first doc.
Access keys are long-term credentials.
Yep.
Account, and then the key to that. It's supposed to be alive or it is
CLI, yep. So go down. Go down, let me see if you create it. It's doing it through IAM right now. Go down.
Yeah.
It's going through cloud.
Access key console.
So right there, go down. In the navigate, so you have an EC2 user. So step number 2. That's step 1. Step 2. This is the only difference in this step number 2 is if you logged in using that IAM user, which you did not. You're logged in as your root user, right? So this step number 2 is not going to work. So go down. Third option is expand the access key section. To create an access key, create a new access key. Go down. Choose the name of the user's access. So in the navigation pane for IAM, choose users. Choose the name of the user whose access. Number 33. Choose the name of the user whose access key you want to manage, and then click on the security credentials tab. So now go back. Even though the answer is right there, I just wanted you to see it. How I found it. If I didn't know it. This is this page. It's tab on the left.
I didn't read the part. It says.
Go read it. Go read it.
It says choose the name of the users whose access keys you want to manage, and then choose the security credentials tab. So basically, you have to name the choose whose keys you want to manage. I already know that, and then choose the security credentials afterwards. So here's.
So yeah, choose the user. Click on the user. Click on the user.
Oh, click on the user?
Yeah. That's what we were at before. And then security credentials.
Oh, there you go.
I could have just gave you the answer and if you go right there.
No, it's alright. This one is better. I learned.
I want to make sure that the other people as well that aren't following along or don't understand need to, find how to do it. Something is right. It's always going to be right in front of your face, right? But some people are not going to understand how to go there, what to do. But you can always search and find how to do something. So it looks like you have keys. Are you not using them?
Yeah.
Why don't you delete
active?
Yeah, why don't you delete those keys and recreate it?
Okay. So exit out, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait.
Yomo, I don't know if you use those keys for anything, like maybe AWS CLI, but when you create your new access keys, just make sure to configure your CLI there.
Right. So I won't delete it. I just deactivate it, I guess. Activate again. So I have to create a new key. Go back. creating a key over here somewhere. Maybe an access key.
Yeah, but I think your page might be, you might need to refresh your page. Yeah, I thought you deleted them.
I inactivate. Basically, it's not active no more.
Yeah, but you have to delete them. So now what is it saying? How do you delete it?
Go from deletion to the access key ID in the text file. So maybe copy. Oh no, keys. This should be for the access key. Copy this.
And yes, that's correct, Hilliard. There's only 2 keys that you can have per user.
So another one.
And Brent, no, it's not in the console password. He logged in using the root account. He is trying to change another user's key. Not his own key, another user's key. This user is going to be using Terraform.
Create access key. Warnings is only.
You need to download. Okay. Now what's the next step?
So it's supposed to get saved, or it's supposed to give you an option where do you want to save it, I think. Show this. I actually did this, I forgot. I may need help with this.
But didn't you just download something?
Yes.
Yeah, you already did that.
Yeah.
So now you have to click the close button to close this out. Now what's the next step? If you go into the slides. That's fine, you can just, the next thing is you have to log into the AWS CLI using that account.
Wait, I have so much background noise. Can you repeat that again?
Yeah, no problem. You have to log in using that account, and you need to use that key that you have, the access key.
So I have to log in through the AWS or Linux?
So let's backtrace.
Yeah.
What are we doing in this task?
We are connecting Terraform to Linux with AWS.
So Terraform is going to do for what for us?
It will it's a utility tool, I would say, and help convert the codes, I think.
Anybody want to help him out?
What was the question? Infrastructure as a code that you could write the code and you could provision your infrastructure through the code.
Basically,
Use other services through the code. I mean, you could provision other services through the code.
So we're basically going to create resources, right? We're going to create resources. So you came into IAM, you went to users. What are you doing here? What's here?
I have so many tabs open right now. I'm confused. So I have to like re-log in through the to log off from AWS and then re-log back again?
No. I'm asking is, why did you go into IAM and users, and what are you doing here?
We are trying to get the key
What do you need the key for? What do you need this user for?
so we can connect the Terraform with Linux through AWS also.
Anyone else can add to that answer? Why do we need this user? What is this user going to be doing? Why does he need a key?
Our admin access is gonna be like an admin user is gonna create the resources for us. So we just give him permissions and we need the key to log in with the AWS CLI. We need the key.
Correct. You created this user, so you have admin access. This user is going to have admin access. So now, when you're going to use Terraform or write Terraform code to create AWS resources, it needs to use an account. That account needs admin access. So that's why right now you're in users, you created a user, you gave it the permissions or the policies to this user to have admin access to necessary resources. And then you're creating a key so you can log into this user using AWS CLI on the command line. And then over there we can start running Terraform.
Got it.
All right, so now you have the user, you have the key. What's next?
So we need to copy the key.
I think you already downloaded it.
Yeah.
Right? Where do you have
Linux through hold on.
Are we going to be creating resources from the GUI, or are we creating resources from CLI?
GUI, I guess. No.
I don't think we're using Terraform Enterprise. Yeah. GUI is Terraform Enterprise. We're using CLI.
Alright.
So we need to log into this user on the CLI. Do you have AWS CLI installed?
It's I tried connecting it. It's not installed, I guess. So no.
Alright, so that's a separate step, is installing AWS CLI. Can you check if it's installed?
How would I check on that?
Google. No, not Terraform version. Not you can Google it, but there is commands associated with Yum, right, guys? We learned about Yum a long time ago. Yum list installed pipe rep AWS installed. ED past tense. Pipe rep AWS. This is why it's important for everyone in the class to remember, not you just you, not only me out, but everybody else as well. To make sure you guys don't forget basic Linux stuff, right? We're going to be at the end of working with CentOS, we're going to be working with Red Hat, we're going to be working with repositories like Ubuntu, where there's some these flavors over here. You want to make sure we understand basically Vim and Yum and troubleshooting services, making sure we can start them, looking processes, killing processes. That's still our basic foundation. Alright, I don't think you have it installed, but also your repo data is really old, so run Yum make cache fast. Space.
Oh, that's the Apple programs.
Yep. You're gonna need that for Ansible.
Berbicara, bagus naman na. Bagus naman na berbicara. Berbicara, bagus naman na. Break होगी मैं नहीं
You can also Google it. You need to install it.
Alright, so
Hit the up arrow twice. Yes. You don't have it installed. So go to the browser. You're gonna search if you need to install it.
say it again.
What do you need to search in order to install it?
I would say how do I create?
You're creating something? Are you installing something? Are you deleting something? Are you changing something? Thank you.
AWS on CLI, Linux CLI, on Linux. CentOS 7. Sorry, looking at this. Am I correct over here?
There's no right or wrong answer. You just need to click on something so I can check it out. There's no wrong answer.
Cool. In this article, I will take you through separate.
You don't have to read it. Just go down. Just look at the steps.
CLI Linux 7 and 8. 8 was you need to have running real set to save system.
We already have this. You don't need to access your root.
So
Step number 2 is update your system. You might need to do that. Go down.
just to be
Yeah, but you might not need to do that.
okay. So just go down, I guess.
Yep.
So it is CLI.
Install that.
Okay, so next step would be check AWS CLI version. So AWS hyphen version was tell me this capital. It's case sensitive.
Okay. Now it's
So I have and next state will configure it with CLI. So it was space configure.
So what do you think you put here?
It was actually key ID will be that's the thing I copied earlier, the key that I downloaded, right?
Yep.
So how do I find
Go to your browser, go to downloads. browser. Or you could do this. You could click on downloads.
Use the access key.
Yeah, you can open it with that. It's not a problem.
Okay, so
Which one is it?
this is the key.
Why don't you make the columns larger? Expand them, A and B.
Select the entire sheet and just double click between A and B. Select the entire sheet on the left top between, yeah, click on that. No, yeah, whatever, that's fine. Click between A and B, the line that you see between A and B, double click on it. Up.
Oh, I gotta
yeah.
select everything first, I guess.
Select everything, yeah, right there. Wait till the cursor changes. You have to wait till the cursor changes.
Well, there's a little crack in between A and B, the little boxes. You don't have to highlight it. So we'll go right in between that little line.
You know what it is?
Click on it, click on the little line, and you're gonna hold and drag all the way to the right. So you're kind of expanding that column pretty much. So
His,
go back right
Okay,
his
so
cursor's not changing. His
Yeah,
cursor's not changing. Just right click on it, go to column width. Right click on A, column width. Right click. Go to, oh, you can't edit anything here.
What is it? What is it we're trying to do? We're trying to copy the keys?
make the column a little bit bigger.
The column, bro.
Because
Look.
I can just copy the key, but
just copy
he
it.
didn't know which one to copy.
Sorry, if you go to A2, to the
just go to A2, you'll see the entire thing, yeah.
On the top, where FX, you see all the key?
Yeah,
Copy
go to the
from there.
command prompt, yeah.
Look
Go to
up, no, down.
The Excel command prompt is on the right, top.
This
This is the Excel command
Copy
prompt,
from there.
the formula bar.
Wait, I don't have to copy this, just that.
Yeah, copy this, bro. It's what's in the cell.
Okay,
this is displaying what's in the cell.
Okay, I can't click on that.
Okay.
All right, guys.
Save the file first. Save as a new Excel file because this file is right there. It says save as.
Where?
Save it in an Excel file.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, right there.
Got it. Not opening up anything.
All right, guys. He doesn't have an Excel membership. He can't do anything.
Okay, can you access?
Dude, just
open it somewhere else. Can you close Excel?
Yeah.
Close Excel.
Right click on right click on that. Open with.
Below on mini share. Down, right there. And do notepad.
Notepad.
All right, perfect.
All right. So now what is it asking for?
It wants me to copy the key and.
Which one though? What was it asking for? Is it asking for key ID or is it asking for secret access key?
I think the key ID.
Okay, cool. Just making sure. That's why I was trying to get you to expand it. I didn't want you to copy the right one. I wanted you to check which one you're actually copying, like which one you need.
Okay. So over here, key ID is this. I will paste it, and then secret access key, which is another one.
Thank you.
Yeah, which is this one.
Yes.
Perfect. And I will copy this. And I'll paste it over here. Default region name.
Just click enter.
East. All right.
Yeah, just click enter.
No JSON, YAML, nothing. Just enter.
No, not right now, man. It's not the region. Oh yeah, you're good.
You're good now.
Awesome.
What's next?
I just copied the key, created a key, and copied the key. So I have a established connection at this point.
Okay.
Now, go back to this test AWS CLI command. After configuring AWS, then I use functionally by running a simple S3 1S command to list all the buckets for AWS.
Damn, boy, they took your key. They're about to create mad resources on your thing.
I would delete it. Sure. Yeah, so right here, AWS S3 ls list all the buckets that occurred. Access denied. Root cause this buckets operation access denied.
Access denied.
Why? Don't we?
User. The user that you have.
Right. It doesn't have root access?
You don't need root access. You need S3 access.
Yeah.
S3 full admin?
I believe it has all the admin permissions.
No, it doesn't have all.
So
Which tab? Permissions.
permissions. Here. We'll look at the permission before we add it. If I am full access, Amazon full access,
That's an S3 access.
free full access. I have.
Yeah, but I want to see which account you're using.
So I click over here, I guess, to find out.
Not really.
Let's click this. Admin network books storage. 1 minutes ago. So I have to sign in maybe as a root. I mean that particular user.
Not on the cloud. You need to do it on the CLI.
CLI.
I think you need to do AWS. You can do AWS configure SSO if you want, or you can do it with.
Yo, Shraz, can you double check if his .aws folder, the file, if it has the updated keys? Maybe it but it should because he did AWS configure again.
Can you do LL in your directory? Do a LL-AL. I think there's a .aws, cd.aws. LL. Can you cat your config? Cat your credentials.
Yeah, match them with the ones that you just put in. Just scroll up.
So
no, but it doesn't know what account to use. So, did you guys do SSO? The other students who've done it?
No, we haven't done it.
Tried the same way we follow, and I did LL. I see the file was .sudo underscore as underscore admin successful.
Why am I getting this access denied then?
Yo, Mo, just scroll up real quick. I want to see if your secret key started with a C.
Oh, that's the highest I could go, I guess.
He didn't add SSH to his machine. He's doing it straight to the virtual box.
We can also do it through SSO. That might be easier. Go back to your box. Do AWS configure SSO. It's a new command. AWS configure SSO.
You said what?
AWS configure
Oh,
SSO.
bigger. So,
Oh,
wait,
SSO.
SSO. Oh, let's get set.
It says it is.
I'll have that shirt.
Can you do a yum-y update?
You bought it for me. I wear degrees.
No, we don't.
Nothing is me.
Oh, I didn't update, I guess.
No, you won't need to update times. Just depends.
Whatever you say, Cookie. It's a nice fit. I'll rock the shit out of this. Can you help me get it? Oh, look at this tattoo of the sun. Oh, guys, I'm so sorry. My bad. I was looking at
I thought he was talking to me. I was trying to.
No, I was looking at Drake's photos. My bad.
So one thing I learned about Git is like you can actually use Git browsers for your notes, like, and you can access it because it's on the cloud. You can access anywhere. That is awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I think something new.
Yeah, I mean, I did not know that. So I sometimes leave my laptop and everything behind, and I try to go over with videos, and then I want to look at my notes. I can't do it because it's in the laptop, and I have my phone with me. So if I create a Git website browser, and I could put all of my notes in there, I can access this even if I'm at work and I'm just watching a video and going over some notes. I'm able to do it with Git. That is awesome. I love it.
So I think it's mostly our AWS configure. It should have those credentials, but we'll wait a second. Because anywhere online, I just see the secret key and the access key. That's how everybody else did it. But I also see another way where you just declare a profile. I don't know, I find GCP easier. You don't have to do none of this.
Excuse me. So GCP is a lot easier than Azure and AWS.
What you just did for AWS, Azure is easy too. You do Azure login.
Right.
It takes you to the browser.
Okay.
And you just log in, and that's it. In AWS, you have to do the AWS configure. In GCP, you just declare the project, the account, and then it's going to ask you to log in with the password, and that's it. It's done.
Oh, nice. Cool. Okay. This is
hello one. You LL.
Hello. Oh.
Cat, your credentials.
Everything. Key. Key ID.
Can you validate those keys? Scroll down on your browser.
Right. So I guess we just check the last 4 digits or something.
I mean, it looks fine to me.
3Z double 2 AC.
Yeah.
3Z double 2 AC. And the other one, we have to validate both of them, or?
No, I think you're fine.
Key ID, I guess.
Yep, you created your key. You add users to a group. You have the permissions.
Read and write.
You guys run that command again. I want to read the error.
Permission. AWS S3LS.
Which command is this? Configure SSO, I believe, right?
No, S3LS. We're just trying to run any command, trying to see if we can list out the buckets that we have.
AWS
S3LS.
S3
LS. Okay.
Unless you need to do patch again. Try that out.
Oh, denied.
So it says an error occurred, access denied when calling the list buckets operation, access denied. But you have those permissions on your thing. Go back to it. Back to your browser. Let me just give you all the permissions. Go up. Go to permissions. You can click on add permissions. Yep. And it's admin access. Click on the checkbox on the admin access job function. It's right there, the first one. Yeah, but don't click on that. Click on the checkbox. Click next. The next is the blue button on the right. Add permissions. Can you test the command again? You're still getting S. Okay. Yeah, I don't think it's using the right user though, for some reason. Because he's getting denied, but he has S3 access. Can you log in as that user? Can you give this user a password first, actually?
So go back to the user.
You're in there. It doesn't have a console password.
No, I'm looking for it.
It was right there.
Where?
Right there. Right under summary. No, not the access key.
Console password. Okay, console password enable. Set password, keep it set password, generate custom password. Create something. You must create a new password. Nice login. Nope.
And
I gotta log out from here.
No, just open a new incognito window.
This might be not the private one. How do I private one?
Why don't you just open a new one?
Okay.
The problem is on the same browser, you're still logged in.
You were right there, Mo. You had it before. You saw a new private window. You did before.
Yeah. So I should exit out, go over here, and then.
No. Leave this here. No, you don't have to log out. Open a new private window so it doesn't know that you're logged in, and log in again using that. No, this is a tab. It's gonna know about that you're logged in. You're logged in the same window, bro.
Incognito.
Dude, I don't know how to.
You had it before. You know how you right clicked it? You right click it again. Right where in the area we have new private mode window, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you press new window.
But this is not the incognito.
Open a private window.
Okay.
You got it, bro. It's private. It's incognito basically.
Okay.
You could sign into the console.
It's gonna take me.
No, you see, you're already logged in. This is why I was saying.
So because this is connected to, this is like a different browser, I guess what I could do is.
No, you're not understanding.
Yeah.
You're not understanding. Go back to the browser. Click on the three dots on the right. Instead of doing new window, private mode window.
Got it. There it is. That's what I was looking for. So AWS.
Click on sign in or click on my account.
This is create. She gave me the option over there.
Sign in. So now over here, you see how it doesn't know that you're logged in. In the other window, you're logged in, right?
Right.
So he doesn't know about that.
So I will go I'm a user.
Now you need your account ID. Now go back to the other window. Go back to, click on the top right.
Top right?
Click on that. That is your account ID. Copy that. Click on it.
Yes, I clicked on it.
Yep, it's copied now.
Copied. All right.
Now go back to your private window. And now that user one.
User one?
Yep. User one. Now put a password.
Nope.
And that's why I didn't want you to open or log out, because I wanted you to get the account ID.
Got it. Makes sense. Makes sense.
Go to S3. Let's see if you can even go there. You should be able to. Based off of that CLI error you have, it was saying that you don't have access to S3.
Right.
But you do.
I do, yeah.
You don't have permission to list buckets. Yep. So you see that error down there?
Wait, let me access out. Yeah. You don't have permission to list buckets, it says.
So let's go back to your thing and add that permission. It's kind of weird because you have S3 full admin. Permissions.
We go permissions, add permission.
Yep.
And attach to existing policies directly.
Just do system admin.
It's system admin. Admin access last thing start. Doesn't have full access. AWS FM admin? No, that can't be.
On each thing, just type SSM on the search bar, it's gonna show up.
You said search on what?
SSM, yeah, that's what they're saying. I think it is. No, just take system admin out.
Okay. You said SSM or SSO?
M.
M as a Mary.
Full access. Can you click on that drop down on it? Yes, scroll down. So it has CloudWatch logs, EC2 limited, EC2 messages, directory services, IAM, be able to read write, go down, see if S3 is in there. Show remaining 323, we'll not click on it, but it's fine. Click on next review, add it, and let's check it again.
Review.
Now go back to your private window. Let's see if you refresh that page. It's the second one. Refresh.
No, that was the private one.
You're just there. S3, where it says S3.
Yes. Yeah, okay. Right.
Refresh the page. It's
you don't have permissions to list buckets.
Don't have permissions to list buckets. S3 list all my buckets.
Do I have to write this? List all my buckets action in the search bar?
You should have that permission. But yeah, you can add that permission. Go back to it again and just add that single permission instead. I guess these policies are missing the S3 listing.
Maybe that's fine.
No. Search S3.
Zone S3 full access.
You have full access.
Yeah.
But
Permission policy.
click on the drop down.
Drop down. Drop down.
Access is weird. Give it the read-only access as well.
Okay. Next.
Permission is called administer access. Now just add that. Go to add admission. That will give you full existing. Right here, okay. Come down, okay, right? Admin, administrator, access, and it'll give you full access then.
This one, the first one?
No, right? Administer access, right? That. There's gonna be an option that's gonna say full access.
Yeah, I think we already added that.
Yeah, I think we did, but it should still show up over here.
It should show up.
Yeah. Amazon. Break it.
Don't put a space between access. Just put that together.
It might be because you misspelled administrator.
Yeah, administrator is not spelled right? How do you?
Yeah, there's an I between the N and the S.
Okay, administrator. T-R-A-T-O-R.
Are you on your root account or are you on your user account?
This is the user one.
No, go to your root account and add that from there. You can't do it from there.
No, this is root. This is root.
Root account.
Yeah, the private browser is the user one. So this is I wrote it down.
Weird. You're not even getting that option that I get.
No, because I think he already has it. Click
Yeah,
cancel.
he already has full admin access.
He already has it?
Yeah, that's what I'm
I'm
saying.
still getting issues.
Click cancel.
You know, maybe just delete the other accesses so he only has full admin. I mean, I doubt they're conflicting, but
I mean, you could try that, yeah.
Here, let me just take control. Make it faster.
Everybody can more control of your screen.
You see, he already has it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
Yeah, I added it a little while ago. I got tired of all this access.
But that's so weird, though. He should be able to do everything he can, though.
He has VPC full access, S3 full access, attached from group. Should just click. Right. Let me just actually check something else out. Wondering if he has IAM full access. Is that also one of the permissions that he has?
Yeah, for his user one, I saw I am full access. Wow, that's crazy.
That's
Are you
good.
sure you're on? Yeah, user 1. That's weird.
Yeah.
Shiraz, could it be the... Hey, I'm sorry about that. Could it be the bucket policies?
No.
Is there something that needs to be configured there?
No, the user should have access to just go to IAM or go to
Because I'm Googling stuff and it says that the S3 bucket policy, you can manage access. You can specify permissions for each resource to allow or deny actions requested by user or role.
That's not the bucket policy. It should be directly associated to the user, unless it's the roles. See, he has IAM full access. He has admin S3 access. So that's why it's not working from the CLI because of. Yes, it says everything.
Let me cut my volume.
So this already has everything in here.
Could he try with a different user? Maybe?
Shiraz, try getting with power user. It's called, I'm looking at it right now, it's called power user full access.
Let me try once more. So I deleted the permissions.
Yeah, but try adding the permission of power user full access. It might go through.
Or what if you added the permissions and signed out and signed back in?
You shouldn't have to sign out.
Yeah, you can refresh and it should go with the current settings.
I'll try again. Like, here's sign in once more.
I think you removed all the permissions though, no?
No, I only gave him admin.
Oh.
The admin actually has admin for everything.
Gotcha.
Before he had individual ones and he had admin, so I was just thinking it might conflict, maybe.
Oh, I'm a user.
Just go to your other browser. Should be over there. Yeah, copy that.
One.
Yeah, so admin access should be able to do everything. Then you apply it, you give it a password.
Could it be the region?
No.
No? Okay.
Unless that account is only for one region, but I don't think there should be any problems with a region. Yeah, I'm looking online. All I see is just them going through, giving them just admin access. And that's pretty much it.
Just no one went through this problem before.
What happened?
Nobody probably been through the same problem, I guess.
Yo, Cash, just create a new user and give him permission. Maybe this user is just not with it, bro.
Yeah, I think this user's just retarded.
Yeah.
Okay, so go on AWS. Okay.
Or if you want, try giving it, like I said, try giving the power user access once too. It might work. I could be wrong.
I did give him an admin access.
No, not admin. It's called power user access.
Oh, okay. So this one I have to log out?
Bro, at the end of the day, just create a new user, bro. Forget all this. Just create a new user.
What about user one?
All right, so let's go over here and user.
I think like power user would be like a super user, so like maybe it might work.
Give it a shot. Add a user.
Could you just try with your user too? Yeah, I mean, it's up to you, but. Never mind.
Access.
Stop giving it. Give it an actual name.
Actar 786.
Thank you. All right, so it's asking right here. Hold up. Is it access key programmatic access? You click on that and click on the other one as well. Password management console. Checkbox on both. Create a password. Custom. You have to click on custom.
Custom? Oh.
And then can you change the required password reset so you don't have to reset it?
Let's create a request next.
Thank you.
Permission.
All right, give it those two permissions. Yep, existing policies. Admin's the first one. And then you can also add the one that Keel's been talking about. We can just test that out as well.
Which one?
Search power.
Power.
That's it.
Come down. Come down all the way down. Yeah, power user access. There you go.
Can you click on that drop down for power user access?
Sure.
Provides full access to AWS services and resources, but does not allow management of users and groups. That's fine. Click next, which is the tags. Let's go ahead and create the user. I think everything is fine. All right. Now that's your access key ID and your secret access key. Can you do it on your PuTTY command line? Do AWS configure again and do that? Yep.
This is the different key. So
just enter the key.
And
show.
region name.
You could leave it default. It's fine.
Output default.
I do AWS S3LS. I don't know if you actually can you do LL ones? I just want to validate that there's only one key in there. Cat your credentials. Tab. Yeah, you could. All right, do AWS S3LS. These guys are praying for you, man. It worked.
It worked. Awesome. Well, so the user has the issue, I guess.
Yeah, I guess there's a problem when you first
Permissions
create the user.
was in between. Okay.
Yeah, when you first create the user. So now log into it on the console, just so you can show everybody.
From here in the CLI console?
No, management console. Sign out. It's the same account, just in different user. Log back in. Copy the account ID.
I don't have this one.
Copy again. Yep. And again, that's why I didn't want you to log out.
Awesome. That was smart.
Else you'd be going back and forth.
That will be. I already have the password.
Yep. You already have it saved. Click sign in. Go to S3. You see how it says recently visited S3?
Yeah, so basically it's reroute you to the last page that you were visiting, I guess.
Yeah, but how'd you visit it? From the CLI. You had AWS S3 LS, right?
Yeah.
So I thought that you visited it. All right, you're good. All right, that was an issue with your user for some reason. So, all right. Now you have this, you have that. Now let's go ahead and create some resources. So go to your terminal. Has everyone else been following along? If you don't have AWS CLI installed, then you guys should have had this installed like 2-3 weeks ago. It's okay if you guys don't, but are you guys following along? Do you guys have AWS CLI? Have you guys installed Terraform so we can move on to the next step together? Cool, thank you. All right, you're in the AWS directory. You don't have to stay here. See ... go backwards. LL. All right, let's create a directory called dev, I guess. I don't know. You only have one account, so it doesn't really matter. You can see your dev. All right, in here we need to create our Terraform files. So what files do we need? We need a providers.tf. So let's just touch all of them together and create all of them together. Touch space providers.tf. It's a S at the end of R, after the R, plural. Yep. You can do multiple. Main.tf. Vars.tf.
Is wars or war?
Plural, correct. No. Yeah, correct. Terraform dot auto tf vars. No, you need to create the file. That's the name of the file. Touch terraform dot auto tf vars.
TS.
Or you can just do tf vars. TF vars. So now you're getting me confused.
TF vars. All right, cool.
Validate it.
Touch.
Give me 1 sec. Let me just validate that.
Sure.
There's no .tf. It's just .tf vars. So you can, that's right. You're actually right.
Cool.
You're good. You're good. Can you do LL?
Main providers, Terraform words.
We could add a backend one as well. Backend.tf. Touch backend.tf. No bars.
Yeah, I got it.
All right, enter. LL. All right, these are our files. Now, Mohammed, if you can tell me what is each file used for?
So vars, TF, ATF, define variables. Main TF does not define variables. I actually have things written down over here. So vars, we are just listing our variables, what kind of type. In TF vars, we are defining.
Okay.
Providers will be like what you have been given or what you will be providing.
Nope.
No.
Anybody want to help me answer what's providers.tf?
Providers, I believe. Sorry, providers. I think is the credentials and the region. Not the credentials, like how Terraform accesses AWS,
or how Terraform knows which cloud it might be.
Oh, right.
Right?
Yeah.
The libraries, it doesn't know what libraries to use. So, can you go on Google? Google's your best friend. And let's find a AWS providers.tf file.
Find AWS.
Well, you're not going to search find.
Right.
You're going to search AWS providers.tf. Yep, that's it. And again, there's millions of people who have done the same thing that you guys are doing, right? So you'll always find something that already exists. Yeah, you could grab that one from GitHub. Yep, you just copy that.
Entire thing?
No, you don't need the comments. Yeah, you can copy the whole thing, doesn't matter. I hope that's the latest version though. You're missing one copy at the end of line 6.
Yeah. This should be it.
So on the Terraform website, it actually shows a template that has a 4.0 version.
Yeah, we could just change the version.
Okay.
Thank you. Nope, your copy is still messed up.
Oh.
You're copying the bottom. Start from the bottom.
I did not see it. So basically, I have to start from maybe bottom.
Yes, bottom is easier. Correct. Right click. And there's also a copy button on the right. You see Ado just pointed. There's also a copy button on the right. You see the 2 boxes?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can always do that. And another thing I can show you, if you click on raw,
this will give you like the straight format.
The raw file. Yeah, the raw file.
PDF.
Not PDF, just a raw file. Like this is like a notepad you could think of.
Got wording basically.
All right, go ahead, paste it into your providers.tf. So go back to your buddy. Vim into providers.tf.
CD into it?
You can't CD into a file. We got to edit the file. Okay. Vim. Providers. Tab. Thank you. Enter. Right click.
Insert mode.
No, you just right click because you copied it. Thank you. That looks fine to me, but Shafi told us it's a new version on there. So let's go open another tab up and let's validate that so others can see as well. Another tab. All right, go to Terraform AWS provider. Click on the first one. I'm literally doing this from scratch, and I don't want to do this. I've done like AWS configure like once, like 5 years ago. All right, go down. So it's saying 4.0. Yeah. So you see how it says 4.0?
Where does it says? It says 0.13 over here.
Yeah, but what do you think?
Oh, okay. Version right here.
Yeah, what do you think, all right, so what do you think 0.13 means?
It's it's the Terraform version.
Correct. And then what's the 4.0?
It's the AWS
provider version.
Provider version.
Correct.
So we
now,
need to.
Yeah, what's the question?
Copy?
No, you just need to change it 4.0. You already have this. We copied it from the other place. All right, so the version to 4.0 in your putty, right? You have 3720.
Correct.
Change to 4.0. We want the latest and the greatest. Up arrow. No, you're in insert mode. And I think you're missing a curly brace you accidentally deleted. So go ahead, change it to 4.0. Then we'll add the curly at the end. Go all the way to the last line, add then closing curly brace. Thank you. Escape.
Save it quick?
Yeah. Nope, you need to escape mode first.
Escape, shift follow, WQ.
Thank you. All right. Quick question. What is Terraform core and what are Terraform plugins? Someone else can answer this. Damn, you guys got to go back to your notes. It's already been 15 seconds.
Pretty sure Terraform core is like a full install of plugins or like parts of Terraform that you can install in your server.
No, not really. Anyone else want to take a shot?
This just has like the config files for like S3 or EC2 or whatever you're trying to whatever resource you're trying to create.
Okay, and Terraform plugins.
That's the one I'm missing.
on this page on Mohed's screen, he has a putty and he has a documentation page. Which one are the plugins? Which ones is the core? So Imama, and I think you've agreed that the core are the configuration files, the backend TF, mainnet TF, providers TF, Terraform TF, bars, and wireless TF. That is core. Everyone agrees. Now, which one's the plugins? What are the plugins on this?
When you run Terraform in it, there'll be a .terraform directory that will host the plugins, but that's just the outsourced plugins that come in from HashiCorp, AWS, or etc.
Yep, that's right. But which plugins? What are plugins? I see a bunch of things on his screen. Just trying to make sure you guys understand this. So they're basically the binaries, right? So each cloud provider has libraries. So let's say if he wants to create an EC2, there's a library for EC2. There's a library for AppFlow. There's a library for app config. There's a library for different resources. These are the libraries. And that correlates, basically means Terraform plugins. So when our Terraform core needs to communicate with the provider, it uses plugins in that .terraform directory that is created when we run it. So just for basic understanding, those configuration files that you see on his putty is Terraform core. The plugins are these libraries that you see on the left on his browser.
So plugins are basically like services?
You can say binaries.
Okay.
Right? So they need to communicate. So our Terraform needs to communicate with AWS. How are they going to do it? With the Terraform plugins. Terraform plugins are binaries, which are basically libraries of executable code, such as EC2, S3, all these resources we're trying to create and manage are basically binaries. But Terraform init will initialize the backend and the plugins and everything like that. So, any questions before we continue? And Hilliard said, plugins authenticates the provider and it initializes the libraries. So when we do Terraform init.
Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Libraries, right? So. All right. All right, so you got your provider file. Go back to your terminal. You have a provider file, right?
Yes.
So main.tf is to create resources. Terraform TF vars is the values. Vars is for variables. What is backend for? I didn't cover backend. You don't need it sometimes. Sometimes you'll have it. What is backend for?
I believe backend would be like, let's say, like where you're storing the state file, like you can put stuff like that in there, like the S3 bucket location, etc.
Correct. So where does the state file usually go?
So right here, if he was to do Terraform init, it will store it locally once he creates a resource.
Yes. So let's say some douchebag logs in and deletes the folder. Where's our state file? It's gone.
It's gone. Yeah.
Terraform has to recreate everything again, or we have to import everything and create a new state file. What's the benefits of using Terraform Enterprise for state files? Anyone remember?
Terraform stores a volume.
Terraform saves the state files, but how? How does it save the state files?
Would it store on Terraform Cloud, like on a vault or something, or?
It stores in the workspace, but what Terraform does is in Enterprise, it versions each state file.
Oh,
so every time you have new changes, it has a new version, and it saves it for you. So if somebody just logs in and deletes everything, like you don't got to go ahead and create a new state file by importing a bunch of resources that you've already created. Terraform Enterprise, you're already saving it in the workspace, and they're saved based off of version.
Oh, nice.
Right, but in this case, if I log into Moed's computer and he created a bunch of shit, I go and just delete it. It's gone. It's deleted, right? That's why if we're running it from the CLI and our company or us, we don't have an enterprise licensing, which is super expensive. We want to make sure we store our state files somewhere, as Danish stated. Yes, they do. They have version control, which is basically a versioning of each file they have. Not like a repository, just for versioning of each state file, like version 1, version 2, version 3, so on and so forth. All right, so what Danish stated, when I asked you guys what's a backend.tf file, it's where we're going to store this file. So if somebody logs into Moed's computer, your computer, anyone's computer, and we don't have enterprise licensing, it doesn't get deleted. Like if it gets deleted, at least we have a backup somewhere, right? And that's, as I called redundancy in this case. So in the backend.tf file, we need a bucket in order to store the state file in. So that bucket, we can create it through automation, right? But let's, for an example, imagine that in this workspace, wherever he's trying to create stuff in this location at the moment, another team. So for example, I'll give you an example. In my case, I create resources on the cloud for different teams, right? But I am not the cloud admin. I have cloud admin permissions, but I am not the cloud admin. Another team is the cloud admin, right? And when a team comes into them or ask them for a project, a new resource, new project, they go ahead and create the whole account for them under the organization. They create the account for them, they give them the account, and they also give them a bucket already. I'm not sure if they're creating that bucket manually or if they're creating that bucket through automation. I'm pretty sure it's through automation, but they are responsible for creating this backend state file, state bucket. I'm not responsible for that.
because they create the account. Since they create the account and I'm not responsible for that state bucket, I'm not creating it. It's already created by a different team. Whether they create it through manual intervention or they create it through Terraform. They already created it. So in this case, I want you guys to pretend it like it's the same exact way. So let's go ahead and create that bucket manually. And let's pretend like another team gave us this account and created this bucket for us in order for us to store our state files. So can you go back onto S3 Management Console? You already have it open. First tab. You already have it open. The first tab on your
Where
browser.
is it? Oh, okay.
On your browser, your first tab on the left. No. Go back. So do you have 3 tabs open?
This is the AWS console.
This is not AWS console. It's a purple button up top. This is the Terraform documentation. Right? You have 3 tabs open. You don't have to go. There's an orange one. There's a white one. There's a purple one. Purple one is Terraform. White one is some sort of article that you found online. The orange box is AWS. Go back on that. And here, create a bucket. All right, give it a name. We're gonna give it Uctor. Do Uctor and just do -tf -state. Okay. Make it all lowercase. Everything is case sensitive. You want to make sure.
Even AWS is.
It depends on what you're talking about, but it's best to follow best practices.
Cool.
All right. You're in US East, which is fine, but I recommend using a cheaper.
Virginia.
Let's stick with the West Coast. Save some money.
California.
Oregon's fine. US West too. All right. Keep going.
ACLs.
Block all public access. That's fine.
Versioning.
You can enable versioning. So that way when changes occur, there's at least versions to it. All right.
Any tags?
No. Encryption, you can do that as well. Enable. CFX. Yes. No, actually disable it. We don't need it. Create bucket. All right, click on your bucket. Click on the bucket. You don't have to open a new tab. You right click on it, left click. Go down, create a folder. Name it Terraform.
Create a folder?
Yeah. All right, now go to your putty. Go to your back in that TF file. You can't see the intuitive file.
Oh yeah.
Vim. And again, for the ones that are using Visual Studio, your life is going to be easy. All right. Press I to insert. Put Terraform. Right, Terraform. Space. Open curly. That's closing. You need only open. No, that's closing. I only need the open one. Only the open one. Yep. Enter. Go under the R. So space. Oh no, you went too far. Under the first R. Right backend. Space. Quotes. S3. Quotes. Space. Open curly. That's correct, Anik. Due to some extensions, Visual Studio will literally write some stuff out for you. Now enter again. Now under the C, go all the way under the C. Right bucket. Space equals. Space quotes. Ucther dash TF state. Dash, right? That was.
Wait, so dot .tf dot state, right?
The bucket you created, what is the name of it?
Actor dot .tf dot state.
You're sure that it's dot? Let's go look at it. Click on buckets on the left.
Oh, no, it's a hyphen.
Thank you. Double quotes. Okay, enter. Go under where the bucket is again. Yeah, right here. Prefix equals. Here's the folder name. Space, double quotes, Terraform, /. Yep, double quotes. And now go to the next line. Where the backend is, the first B. Go to the first B, yeah. Closing curly. And now enter again. Closing curly. Thank you. Save quit. If you want to take a picture of it, you guys can take a picture of it. Give me 1 second. You'll find it online as well. You can copy paste it and change it if you guys want. The syntax is always going to be pretty much the same. All right, I think you're good. All right, you got a backend file. You got a provider file. Now let's go ahead and stick with the basics and let's go ahead and just create one bucket. So go to your purple tab, your Terraform doc tab. On the left, search for S3. S3 sample storage right there in purple. Go down, right? AWS S3 bucket, down. All right, I think you closed it. You need to open it again. All right, now slow down. Each library, or you can say resource, is specifics, right? You have one for AWS S3 bucket, so I'm assuming that one creates a bucket. You have one for accelerate configuration. I don't know what the heck that is. You have ACL, which are permissions for the bucket. You have other ones as well, inventories, lifecycle configuration, so on and so forth. What I'm trying to say is that every single resource inside each provider is specific to what it does. So if one resource can't do something, there's another resource for it that can. So for now, I need you to create an S3 bucket. So I'm assuming that resource is AWS underscore S3 underscore bucket, the first one in that dropdown.
And this dropdown. Oh, AWS S3 bucket.
Go down. Keep going. You got a bunch of stuff on here. Keep going until you get rid of this yellow stuff. All right. It says right here, private bucket with tags. I'm assuming that one creates a bucket. It says go ahead and copy that. You could copy the whole thing. The whole. Not that.
Not this?
Because what does the next one do?
It will create a ACL private.
Can anyone add to that? What does that mean?
This removes all public access from its S3 bucket.
Cool, thank you. Right click, copy, go inside your main.tf file. For the ones who did Terraform, did you guys do this part up to here, or did you guys just read it and that's it?
Wait, so what are you doing? You're just creating another bucket? Didn't you create it manually?
One I created manually, yes.
You're creating a second one now manually.
This one, no, through automation, through Terraform.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, when I did it, I set up my providers, I set up the backend, I stored it in my S3 bucket, and I even created modules, so I got pretty far with it.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, I did too, but I didn't like separate providers and variables and all that.
No problem, that's fine.
Just had main.tf.
Yep. So Moy, I think that you cut off the first two letters to go all the way to your left up there. First, go to the first line. Yep. Add resource. So RES. S. You're missing an S.
Resource. Yeah.
Thank you. All right. So now to break this down, can someone read to me what it's doing? What is it naming the resource? What is Terraform naming the resource? What the actual name of the resource is going to be, but how Terraform actually remembers it. How is Terraform going to find this resource?
So it's going to name it B, and you can call on it using B. But the actual resource itself is the AWS S3 bucket.
Okay, good. All right, so the actual name of the bucket is going to be my TF test bucket, right? So when I create this bucket, the name is going to be my TF test bucket. But how does Terraform remember this bucket? It doesn't know it by its name. It's going to know it by the name B. That's what Terraform is going to call that. So let's change that up. Instead of B.
And sure, this is similar to the logical IDs in CloudFormation, right?
Yeah.
All right.
All right. In this case, let's call it test bucket. I think you put, you wrote test S3 bucket. That's fine. That's fine. It's okay. We could go with that. The real bucket name, which is in this line, let's change that to just write test bucket A. Test dash bucket dash A.
That's dot bucket.
No dot. We can't do dots. Dash.
Oh, not dot. Test dash bucket
dash A. All right. We don't need tags, so we can remove all that. Delete those lines.
The entire 3 lines?
1, 2, 3, 4 lines. Why 4? Because there's an opening and closing for that section. Time.
That should be it, right? Because
it should be fine. I'm trying to create it with limited stuff. Okay, save it. Can you go back to the documentation? Yep, scroll down. So this would have the bucket, the ACL, the policy, the website. Go down. This is for website hosting. Go down. I'm trying to see which ones are necessary, which are not. Go down. Keep going. ACL, keep going. Object lifecycle. This is for the lifecycle if you want to create a bucket where the storage classes transition, right, guys? Right now, we're just bucket, but if you want the storage classes to be created as well, and for it to transition to other buckets. All right, go down. Just, these are rules, object logs. Keep going down until you get the parameters. Keep going. All right, right here. Go up, go up, go up. That's it. Arguments. So it's saying the following arguments are supported. Bucket is optional. Forces new resource. The name of the bucket, if omitted, Terraform will assign a random unique name. So meaning that you don't even need to give the name to the bucket. Terraform will just give a unique name. Right. Bucket prefix forces also a new resource, creates a unique bucket name beginning with a specified prefix. Okay, and then you see how it says deprecated in the next ones? What does that mean?
It will replace and delete the other one, I believe.
Anyone else?
That means it's no longer supported.
Thank you. So meaning we probably can't even use it. It's not probably even going to work.
HCL.
All right. All right, so let's go back. All right. Your terraform.tf vars, and you have a vars.tf. Right now, you don't have any variables, and you don't have any values for the variables, which is fine for now. We can change it after. So let's go ahead and I think you have to do a Terraform init first. You're probably going to run into errors, but there's a syntax error. Do you have an extra A? And you're missing an R. I'm still using 3.37. It's okay though. This version has an outdated GPT key and unable to verify new provider release versus please upgrade Terraform to at least 0.12.31. So we have an old version, but for now it's still fine. Can you do, oh, it says Terraform found syntax errors in the configuration that prevented full initialization if you recently upgraded Terraform. Terraform has installed the required providers to support the configuration upgrade process. To begin upgrading your configuration, run the following Terraform space 0.12 upgrade. Can you run that?
Terraform space upgrade.
0.12 upgrade. It's telling us to run it.
We like to upgrade module.
Yes.
Yes. Unrecognized group name backend.
Recognized block type provider TF required providers. All right, go back to your Esther didn't take the prefix. Vim into your backend. Just erase the delete the line for prefix.
Escape.
Thank you. Save quit. That's the first one. The second one is your providers file line 5. Vim into providers. Line 5
is
required providers. I think we don't need that. Let me just validate. No, even they have that 0.13 or later. Oh, you're using what version? 12?
Yeah, so it was an older version. We just erased the version wording over here and we wrote down 4.0.
Yeah, so the problem is that the way we have our code written is for version 13.
Right.
And the version that we have installed is 12. So in order for 12, you don't need you could delete the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the whole top part, and leave the second provider region. Leave that. Delete everything on top.
Hold on 1 second. Confused. All right,
1 to 12.
1 through 12.
Cross. Let's keep going. Keep going. Oh, undo that. Press U. Okay, that's fine. Hit the up arrow. Yeah, this is the extra line right here. DD. Okay, so you have provider AWS. Can you add press O, right? O above that? Yeah. Can you go on top of the region where it says region R? And write version. Where the R is? Yeah. Version equals
space equal.
Yeah, of course. Quotes, tilde, arrow, space 4.0, double quotes.
Wait, space
4.0.
4.0.
Double quotes. Okay. And then you see how the equal sign for region is below the other equal sign? Can you line that up?
Sure. Does it matter or just it just look neat when you do it?
It doesn't matter, but it's neat. Save quit. Hit the up arrow to Terraform minute again. So whoever's installing Terraform, make sure you have the newer version. So I guess that 13 came out, and then a lot of the documentation is facing towards 13 right now. Terraform init. Actually do a 12 Terraform 0.12 upgrade.
Hold on, let me just write it. Terraform. You said what? Terraform
0.12 upgrade because that's the command that ran and ran an error. Yes.
Tooling providers that are responsible for installed version requirements.
Okay, so it's saying you could only do 3.37.0.
7.0.
So change your 4.0 to 3.37.0. So go back into your providers file. 3.37.0.
Was
3.37.
37.
Dot. Oh. That's it.
Shit. Nice.
All right, can you do Terraform init, please?
Can you repeat that?
Terraform init. Oh. That's the command that we ran prior.
Correct.
The path to state file inside the bucket. Just write Terraform /.
Yo, I think the argument for that is actually key.
For S3?
Yeah, in the backend.
Okay, hit enter. Yeah, I'm just used to GCP. The region of the S3 bucket with the US-OS2. No, there's no dots.
Oh, dash.
backspace.
West.
-2. Two.
Two. Oh, sorry.
Oregon is 2. Hit enter. California is 1. Thank you.
Configured backend also.
Now listen to Danish. Go back in your backend.tf file instead of how we deleted prefix, put key equals. Because I do mostly GCP.
So on GCP, it's a prefix?
Yeah.
Okay. And is it also bucket equals, like for the name of it? Okay.
Yep. Vim into backend. Let's get your backend right. Go where bucket is. Press O. Under bucket, key equals.
I just messed up. Hold on.
You just messed up. It's just okay. It's okay. Put the double quote back. It's okay.
Say what?
You're just missing a double quote. It's fine. You don't have to quit the file.
No, I messed up the syntax over
Go
here.
right, quit. It's okay. You didn't mess up.
Yeah.
It's fine. You could undo. Press U on your keyboard. Press it again. That's it.
Excuse me.
After the equal, put a double quote. You need to go insert mode. Yeah, you could line it up. It's not a problem. Space, quotes, Terraform slash.
Say it again.
Terraform, the folder that you created inside your bucket. Slash. Double quotes. Yeah, should be fine. Save, quit. Terraform init one more time for me.
Region value.
Yeah, so can you control C that?
Say it again.
Control C.
I didn't catch that. I have a lot of background noise. Sorry.
Control C.
Control C. Oh, okay.
Vim into your backend.tf file. Add a region. O again.
Yeah, 5,000 bytes for the region part, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just tired of entering that. Region equals US-West2 quotes.
US
dash West dash 2. Double quotes, save, quit, 180 again.
Quick question, Shiraz. I thought Terraform, let's say, because you know how you say you work mostly with GCP. I thought Terraform usually configures the file if it needs to be, for a different provider. It will just configure it for that.
I don't think I understand the question.
Like, let's say if you wrote this file in like Java or even YAML, right? It will configure it so it could actually run the infrastructure that you want it to be. If it's for AWS, it will do that. If you want to run it with Google Cloud, it will do that. It will just configure the file to work with it.
No, it won't.
Okay.
Each provider is different.
Oh, so you got to write it out in that actual language. Okay, got it.
On one of currently what I'm working on right now is migrating everything from CloudFormation to Terraform on AWS.
Okay, got you.
Can you Terraform init? So you see how it's not asking us for the region anymore?
Right, because you provided that
in the file. Again, you don't have to provide it in the file if you have a default region already selected inside your AWS configure, which we don't.
That's why I was asking.
It'd be a good idea to put it in there, actually, now that I think about it, because your bucket doesn't declare what region. So if we declare a default region, that'd be a good idea.
Thanks.
Can you do AWS configure one more time?
Sure.
I just want to make sure you put the default region in there so that way it doesn't create it in any other region. Hit enter. Enter. Right here.
It was US-West
hyphen 3
2.
2. Oh,
Enter.
enter. Default output, enter.
That's fine. Output format, you can write JSON, but it doesn't matter. All right, can you cat tilde slash .aws slash configure. Tab with your best friend, please. Enter. Was that on it?
Maybe made a mistake. Let me see.
Credentials, sorry. That's why tab. That's why you don't write it out.
All right, so credentials.
All right, everything is still the same. Cool. And config. Hit up arrow, change credentials to config. I want to see if your region's in there.
Config, that's it?
Yes. All right, you're good. LL. So what are you doing in here? What did you do so far? Explain that.
Basically, we changed the region to US West because it was keep asking us every time we create a bucket or do any configuration. It usually asks us which region you are because AWS wants to charge us based on that, I believe, but I can be wrong.
So, Danish, could you rephrase? Or if somebody else wants to rephrase, that's fine too.
It was basically asking you where do you want to create your S3 bucket because you didn't explain to it where you want to create it, what region.
Yes.
Because AWS works on regions.
Yep. And it was a required parameter. So that's why we had to declare that. So now that we know that's a declared parameter, if you go back into your main.tf file, just write it out. You have to vim into it. Vim. You went to main.init. Vim into main.tf. Correct. Yeah, TF. See, it's easier just writing it out versus searching. I think you need to declare the region in here as well. Even though we declared our default region.
Right.
I think it'll still pick that up, but in here we should still be declaring a region. So region equals US-West2.
The US-West
dash US-West2. Yep, save quit.
This could be a dumb question, but is there a way you could, since he already called upon his region to US West2 in the other file, can he not just say or reference this file for the region?
So the reason why I was asking for his region was in the backend TF file because that bucket already exists. In any new bucket, it's going to pick up the default region. So that's why I went to AWS configure and I added his default region into AWS configure. Next, when he creates an instance, when he creates buckets, when he creates all the other stuff, it's going to ask for regions. We're instead going to declare a variable in variables.tf file. I don't know why he has versions.tf, but we're going to have a variables.tf file that's going to declare variable region. And inside Terraform.tfrs, we're going to declare that region equals US-West2, sorry.
Okay, got it.
Can you rename your versions.tf? That's incorrect. It's variables.tf. I don't know where I see the versions come from.
And that's how we'll pick up. Okay, so I gotta look over there for the versions.
Instead of you declaring it everywhere, it's just going to be declared once, and then you're just going to do var.region all the time.
Gotcha. And that's how when he runs a Terraform plan or Terraform apply, it will take all of this and make sure the infrastructure is the way you want it from here.
Yes.
Gotcha. Thanks. I thought maybe there was a syntax that you had to write out. Say, hey, listen,
No.
in variables.tf, grab the region, and that's what it is basically. Like the environmental name inside the version.tf, and that's what you'll use for the region.
Can you rename version, please, to variables.tf? MV command.
Sure.
MV space versions tab to variables.tf. Tab variables.tf. variables.tf. Yeah, that's plural.
Enter.
No, it's plural. All right.
Oh, it's that's variables.
Well, now you gotta do it again. Control C this command. You can't do it like this because you already renamed it.
Right. So I have to remove the file first.
Control C. LL. Rename variable to variables. MV. Variable tab. Tab. Variable tab again. And add the S after the E. Enter. All right. Let's go ahead and try to see if you can run this stuff. Can you do a Terraform plan?
Computer attributes cannot be set on the TF line.
Computer attributes cannot be set, but a value was set for region. Can you go, can you control F on this documentation page for region? Click on the documentation, the browser, control F, region. You have to put the value what you're searching for, region.
So I did control F.
Yep. Did you write region?
Not really.
You see the search bar, right? The little thing on the right. Stop moving your mouse. It's a thing right there on your screen with the X. It's right here.
Wait.
You see it? It's right here. I'm controlling your
Yeah,
screen.
I see it right now.
This is what Control F does. The error in the bucket, region, timeouts.
Yeah, so I'm assuming there's no region argument. It's an attribute that you can call for later. But I think the way they calculate the region is that based off of the user who's running this command through the API, it knows what region he's in. It's just S3 is region specific. It'll assume the region.
That's why I did the AWS configure as well. So that's why I already have the default one. But I was testing it out because it was complaining in the backend.tf already. I'm controlling your screen.
Yeah, I know.
So let's go read this, guys. Let me expand this out for you guys. Sorry. All right. Just to go over this error. Why are we getting this error?
Because our main.tf line, number 3, has in resources AWS 3 buckets, 3 buckets region. It has something to do with the region. We didn't set it right, or it doesn't align with the region that we set earlier.
So you're saying we didn't set it right, but what does it say? Just read this for me.
Computed attributes cannot be set.
So what did we do next? we remove this
Right.
from the file, right? Then we did Terraform plan again. Now we have a plan that tells us what it's actually planning. What is it planning? How many is it creating? How many is it changing? How many is it destroying?
And there's 1 to add, 0 to change, 0 to destroy. It's not doing nothing.
It's doing one thing.
It's one thing. It's adding, basically.
Correct. So now, what is the name of the bucket going to be? Test bucket A.
Right.
What is the default ACL set to?
Private.
Private. Acceleration status, known after apply. ARN value, known after apply. Bucket domain name, known after apply. So majority of all these values are known after apply. Force destroy is set to false at the moment. That means anyone can delete this, but you can change that setting. You need to add that. Versioning is enabled. So it looks good to me. So now what do we do? How do we go make these changes next, Worth?
It was one was planned, one was apply, I think. Terraform apply.
Thank you. So does Terraform apply also do a Terraform plan?
It doesn't plan. It sets your configuration, whatever you set to work, well, basically working directory, I guess.
Yeah, but my question is, does Terraform apply, does a Terraform plan beforehand?
That's why it asks if you enter a value, doesn't it?
Yes, correct. Thank you. So it's asking us, hey, are you sure you would like to perform these actions, right? Terraform will perform the actions described above. Only yes will be accepted to approve. So it prompts you. So if I hit yes, it should go ahead and create this bucket. Creating, and we have an error.
You're creating the SD bucket.
Bucket already exists. The requested bucket name is not available. The bucket namespace is shared by all users of the system. Please select a different name and try again.
The name for the SD bucket is already taken. You gotta use another one.
Yeah, I think are you using a free account or something?
Yeah, it's not free no more. I have like been past the free tier. But it's a free account.
Okay, that's why. Because you're sharing it with other users. Let's go with let's just do MOHD dash bucket. I just gave it a new name.
I thought the name of the bucket was under the bucket parameter.
Yeah, but I was testing out if it's the name of the Tesla. No, Tesla. Terraform calls it.
Okay.
Yeah, I was testing out if the name that Terraform calls out is an issue. But it's not. It was this one. We're gonna go with the same name that you had before. So this is the name over here. The next line. One up above test S3 bucket is not the name of the bucket. That's the name that Terraform remembers. Apply completed. Right. AWS S3 bucket dot test S3 bucket creating. Test S3 bucket creation complete. So if I go in here, we should see the bucket. What's the name of the bucket going to be?
What was it? Mohad bucket test.
There you go. Oh, nice.
Okay. Now,
Can we also verify the state file was put into that?
oh yeah, sure, we could do that. Good call. So this is his state. Let's see if I don't see it. I don't think it got updated.
You can move this to up or sideways any way you want.
Hold up. Do you see this? Trying to see if this state file we could call out. Where is it? I think I got to change it.
You can just grab it and then put it wherever you want to go. Put it.
Yeah, I'm just testing out. Why is it putting slash? I know we put that into the.
TF state.
I think it doesn't need the slash. That's why. So object URL is right here. Permissions, versioning, properties, copy, download. Just open this shit. Yeah, this is the state file. You see how it has the bucket in here already?
Right.
More bucket test. So the state file is there. The error with the file is the fact that we have that extra thing in there. You actually don't need that. Vim into backend TF. Okay. Now let's say I want to destroy. I do it. It deletes everything. So far, we all know that we only created one resource, right?
Right.
But if I wanted to destroy everything, it's just destroy. What if I want to destroy only one thing?
-T. You would add -T, and then the file that you want to destroy, I guess, from destroy.
It wouldn't be the file; it'd be the resource. And to verify the name of the resource, you can just run a Terraform state list, and it'll show you your resources, and you can choose which one you want.
Correct. And the name of the resource I already know is this, which means Mohid. This is bucket. I can list it up for you after you it. Bucket and Mohid. This is actually a dot. It's not a hyphen for once.
Nice. Finally,
right? Test S3.
So, Shiraz, quick question before you enter this. So you put target over here. Instead of target, I can put just T over here, like -T.
I don't know. I haven't tried the T. I've always done target. So
okay. I'll do target.
You can test that out, but I will use target.
Got it.
So if you have more than one resource, how do you get the options? Like I couldn't catch that.
If you have one more.
Like right now, we just have one S3 bucket. So if we were to have more, how would we get the option?
Start from state list. As a Terraform first, sorry. Those commands. Terraform init. I changed the backend now, so. It's gonna say it changed. So give me 1 second. Let me show you. So you guys don't see any directory, right? Of Terraform directory here. When I do -al, there's a .terraform directory, right? So when I run Terraform, this directory is created. This is where our local state file is located. So you see there's a Terraform TF state. You guys see that file? That's where actually our state file is located, the local one. So if you look up here, sorry, I can control C it, so it gives an error. If you look up here, it was when I did Terraform init, it told us right here, backend configuration changed. Why do you think it thinks that it changed? I did some change. Anyone noticed what change I did onto the backend file, the backend bucket?
You remove the hash, the slash at the end?
Yes.
That's what you did.
So yeah, I removed the slash inside the backend.tf file because it was putting the state file into there and it just does not look clean to me. So I just got rid of that. So that's why it thinks it changed, but how does it match it? It matches it to its present working directory hidden .terraform directory, which contains the plugin and also the .tf state file. So this is our local state file. So it's comparing both in order to see if something has changed. It's the same file, right? So it thinks it's under slash directory, but it's not anymore. So it doesn't know that exists. So what I would like to do is just rm-rf.terraform, make it forget about everything that it did. So now there's no state file, right? Because it doesn't know that it actually ran. It doesn't know about any state file. And the bucket itself, I can delete it with that. But the thing is now, I can't do the Terraform Terraform state or Terraform destroy -target the name of the resource because it doesn't know about its own state file because we removed the path of it. So we can just manually just delete this for now. And yeah. So we fixed his backend file. We removed the slash. I can show you once more so you can see that. You see there's no slash here no more.
Right.
Yep. So that's why it doesn't know about the changes it had. And I deleted the local.terraform directory. So it doesn't know about any local changes. And I just manually deleted the bucket. So now let's variabilize his bucket. So what is one variable that we can put in here? Right.
That name of the bucket, that's the only thing that.
Only one we could choose, right? So let's start with the basics. Let's go with some basic variables. All right, so we need a local variable. So we're going to create a variable for variables. Yeah, I don't think we're going to take a break today. Hopefully you guys can grab your coffees. I want to make sure I get to Git as well, get the modules, and probably try to do a list as well, so you can at least push these changes thing into Git as well, and show you the pull request. All right, so variable. I'm going to create a variable called. Let's do bucket _ name. Type equals string. You don't need a description. You could, if you would like a description, equals name of Mohit's bucket. Closing curly. All right, that's that. If anybody wants me to read it, I can just quickly read it for you guys. Here you go. Just make sure your letters line up. And they're always going to line up the same way, guys. So don't worry too much. You could also do a Terraform FMT command. Now you go into the Terraform.tf forest file. In here, we're going to declare our variables. So we can go with bucket _ equals quotes, and here in the string we can place Should that's not even a good name. Underscore. You gotta make sure you have proper names. There's no spacing. Now I did that. Guys, TFR's file. This is all I did. Now inside of main.tf, how do I call out the variable?
Do var dot name of variable.
Good. You have the extra line in here, but it's fine. My coworker usually adds extra lines at the end. He always adds one extra line for some reason. I don't know. All right, let's go ahead and plan this. First, because it needs to initialize the backend. It doesn't know about anything right now.
Automatically backend configuration changes.
All right. Now it's Terraform plan. One to create. And you see how it still picked up the name?
Right.
And we variabilized it. We put the variable inside variables.tf. We put the value of it inside tf vars. And then inside that resource, we just put var dot the name of that variable that we created, which was bucket underscore name. Bucket underscore name is equal to moid underscore class underscore bucket. So it's going to create that bucket based off of that name. Any questions? Oh, come on. It's saying error creating S3 bucket invalid bucket name. The specified bucket is not valid. Sash code 400. Blah, 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 blah. It wants, it doesn't like the name.
I think it could be the underscores.
Weird, but I think it doesn't take underscores. It probably just takes dashes. Yeah, you see how the other one has a dash? It probably just doesn't take underscores.
I think it worked.
Yeah.
Bingo. Let's see.
Yeah, it's there. Let me see what happened to the state file. Okay, yeah, it's in here. The file. Oh, so the key is the name. Got it. So yeah, that's the state file.
Okay, so I guess what it's doing is that it creates it for you. So we should have Terraform slash like TF state, and it would have created TF state.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see.
All right. Now, as a class, I'm going to give Mohit the screen back. I want you guys to create 2 more resources. I want you guys to create 2 EC2s with simple parameters, nothing crazy, and one IAM user. No, actually, I'll do one EC2 and I'll do 2 IAM users. Make it simple. He already has a lot of the stuff. So whoever wants to take the initiative can help out Mohit.
I have to share the screen?
Yes, sir. You've been on the spot today, my friend.
Oh, man.
Or if somebody else wants to share your screen, it's fine, as long as you kept up with what we did. I don't want to start from scratch again from AWS configure or anything else. I want to make sure we're going at the right pace. So if someone else is at the same exact step that we're in, you guys can share your screen, and we can do the EC2 and 2 IAM users within the same main.tf, and then we're going to modularize it. I guess Danish, you're the only one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm 100% willing. But if anyone else wants to practice, they can take the lead, and I'll be here as backup to help you guys if you have any issues. Or if not, I'll easily.
I can do it. I can give you guys. But I'd rather have you guys.
Yeah, you should assign someone, Shiraz.
Yeah, I should try to get you guys to at least try some critical thinking for like 15, 20 minutes. It's quick. It's fast.
Yeah, I'll help you out, Mo. Let's go open up your. I'll show you guys how to do it using the documentation. So, let's go to your documentation, the Terraform page.
No, not this, Mo. You already have it open. Well, that's it.
So
you need to go anywhere else.
So go to the IAM management console. Yep. So right up top, the third tab, you'll see that's the Terraform documentation page. All the way up top, you have 3 tabs open. The third tab.
So Terraform one.
Okay. Yeah, bet. Okay, so cool. So let's say you want to look up a specific resource, like you want to create an instance, for example. So in the AWS documentation search bar, type in instance. All right, cool. So now look, if you can see, as Charles mentioned earlier, the plugins, like you see Connect, you see DMS. Let's scroll down because we know the instance we want to create is the EC2 instance. So let's look for EC2. Perfect. So now you'll see there's resources and there's data sources. So we're going to worry about the resources. Data sources is something else. That's where you call out data. But we're going to do resources. And from there, mode, which one do you think it is?
I think it will be this one.
Exactly. So this is the name of the resource that we're going to create. So let's go down. They'll give you some examples you guys can look at, like how do you want to create with networking and etc. So I just go right to the argument references, go up a little bit. So these are all the arguments we can pass. And since Siraj said that we can just do like a simple one, we'll just do AMI, we'll do availability zone, and we'll do instance type. Like that should be plenty, just for a very simple demonstration. So now let's go to your putty. I wish you were using VS Code. Like we'd be done in like 2 minutes.
I just downloaded it and I connected a little bit, so I still have more things to go before I start using it.
You can figure that out later. Like you can connect SSH to your machines and then work.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Let's go to your main.tf.
Main.tf.
All right, so let's go press enter down after that third bracket, or press O right after that the ending curly bracket. Just go down.
Ending.
Okay. Yes, go down.
Oh.
No, you can just press enter now. Yeah, because you're already in insert mode. So yeah, you can press O. You can press nope. We want to go after the curly bracket. Yeah, just press enter one more time just to create some spacings for clear reading. All right, so it's gonna be a very similar syntax when you want to create your resource. So just do resource space, and now we're going to tell it what resource you want to use, and it's going to be AWS_instance, but it has to be in quotations, just how you see the AWS.
Do I need an equal sign in?
No, just how you see up there, right? Resource, and then the name of the resource we want to create, which up there is AWS_S3 bucket. Ours right now is going to be AWS_instance. No, so that would be, so this would be creating another S3 bucket. We just want to create an instance.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. And the quotation space, now you have to give it like a logical ID, like a name that this that Terraform can call back to it. So let's just call it my EC2. And it would just try to follow the exact syntax as the previous resource up there. So this also has to go in quotations as you see above.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Makes sense.
Cool. All right, put space and now open up a curly bracket. All right, press enter twice and close the curly bracket. All right, now go up. All right, now hit space twice. So now we'll have the indentation correct. Okay, cool. Now let's edit our resource. Let's use the first argument, which is AMI. Do AMI space equals.
And here, don't put the AMI. Put
now here you can put in the AMI.
Put var.ami.
Yeah, so cool. Let's do var.ami. So I see Shiraz wants us to now create a variable for this AMI, no problem. So right after equals, right after equals, because AMI is an argument, and now we're saying the value of this AMI is going to be a variable. So let's do var. You don't need the quotation. Dot AMI. So now later we're going to have to go create a variable for this. Okay, press enter.
Okay, makes sense.
2 spaces. If you want to see, go back to your documentation. I'll show you the next parameter we're going to use. So we can use availability zone. So you see where availability zone is right there.
Click on it?
No, you don't have to click on it. No,
okay.
this is the argument that we're going to put in. So let's go back to your buddy.
It's optional.
Yeah. So if you want, let's just do instance type. We'll just keep it very simple. So type in instance underscore type.
Underscore type.
Yep. Space equals. And Shiraz, you want us to do a variable for this also?
Yep.
All right. So do var dot I type. ITYPE. We'll call our variable I type. All right. Cool. So this is going to basically create a resource with a specific AMI and a specific instance type that we define, and then all the other values like like its network interface, its storage, AZ, all that's going to be chosen by default. Okay. So press down, the down arrow key, press right, and press enter. All right, press and enter one more time. So right there, we're going to create a AWS instance resource. Perfect. Now let's create our next resource. I believe, Shiraz, you said IAM user?
Yep, 2 IAM users.
2, right? All right, cool. So now do resource again because we want to create a resource. Okay, press space. Let's go back to the documentation. I'm going to show you guys how to find if we're looking for a resource. So mode, what would you type in the search bar if we want to look up to create an IAM user?
Just write IAM.
Yeah, right IAM.
Options.
Let's see what comes up.
Yeah. Kind of slow when I'm sharing this screen.
Yeah, because when you type in I, it looks up everything with I in it. So that's why it took a little time.
I got IAM.
All right. Perfect, right? So in management, that's probably the one that we're looking at. But let's see if we can find AWS IAM by itself.
In management?
No, just in these resources. So scroll down a little bit. Let's keep scrolling down. You see AWS IAM user. Scroll down, right there. Perfect. So now click that. Let's open up the documentation. Let's go down. So if you look at this, all right, this is fine. Here's a very good point. In this arguments right here, you'll see the name. It has required next to it. So this is something that if we do not include in our resource, it will not work. So this is one of the arguments that is necessary. So this is why, as Anik said, documentation is very, very important. Like we have to read through documentation. And also it says you can include those kind of characters, commas, underscores, dashes, etc. So let's first write the name argument. So before we write the name argument, we have to write IAM AWS underscore IAM underscore user, because this is the resource that we want to create.
Wait, IAM user?
Just look on your documentation exactly what's written. AWS underscore IAM underscore user.
To go up, go to
all the way to the top.
Go back to documentation, look at the example. Up. What do you see up there? What are they saying?
Okay. It's right here, resource.
Because that is the library.
Good. And okay.
And you won't have to remember exactly how to do it on the interview. They're just going to ask what we covered in the class.
That's the best thing.
They're only going to ask you what you've done with it. and like what is core, what is plugins, what is init, what is plan, what is apply, what version did you use, what provider did you use, what is the main.tf file, what is the tf file. That's all they're going to be asking you guys. They're not going to make you guys write this from scratch. But if you practice this and they gave you an assignment to do for an interview, to take home, whatever it is, you should be able to nail it.
Yo, so Mo, look, you messed up. There's no underscore after the user.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
now above AWS instance, there's no underscore after it. And then also you have to include a name, like a logical ID, so that you can reference back to this resource later on. So let's call it user one or I am user one, whatever you want. It's up to you.
I am user one.
Okay, let's end the quotations. And now you have to pass those curly brackets, because now you're saying everything within my curly brackets are like the specifications of this resource. So open up a curly bracket and press enter under name.
Under name.
Press enter and close the curly bracket so you just don't forget later on.
Sorry, Danish. The best practice is if you ever open up a curly bracket, always have a closed one right next to it.
Yeah,
and then press
that's
enter.
what I do too. Yeah, and
Exactly.
just add the things in the middle.
Right. And then, like Danish said, everything like your parameters and stuff is going to be inside it. Think of it as like a block. So this block is for this resource.
Exactly. Yep. Just as I said, that's correct. So now we're gonna go and pass the name. So press space. We're also gonna give this a variable, I'm assuming. So it's just equal, because you have to define what this is equal to. Let's do var dot username one.
I'm username one or just
username one, because this is our variables can be called anything we want. So this is gonna be, because since we're creating two users, we're gonna have two different variables. So all right, perfect. Press enter. Let's go back to the documentation. Let's run through the arguments, see if there's anything else that's important that we want to include for a user. Let's go down to the arguments. So there's one second. So there's name, there's path. We don't have to worry about that. Permissions, force destroy, tags. All right. So it's as simple as that. Once you create your IAM user, there's additional IAM users like policies you can attach and associate to this. So just for the purpose of creating a user, the name is literally all we need. So that's fine. Let's go back to here. So just press the backspace.
Copy paste that.
Yeah. So copy and paste this block right here.
How do you copy paste in Vim?
YY to copy.
You need to get out of insert mode first.
Yeah.
You need to copy 3 lines, not 1 line. So press V.
Yeah, I exactly. I enter visual mode and then
Yep, but hit escape once more, because you need to go to the line that you need to copy from, not in the middle. Yeah, you can start from the R. So let's go always to the left. V. Arrow twice. Down, right? We're going to copy from the bottom, not from the top. We're trying to create a second IAM user.
Wait, copy this?
Yeah, we'll copy the entire thing. Yep.
So yeah, you want to copy this because why? We're trying to create another user. So we have to copy the same exact code, right? So now press Y. Go to the ending curly. O. Enter. Escape. P.
There you go.
I'm going to change everything to 2.
So now just change the 1 to 2, because this is our second user.
Awesome. Okay, so this one has to get changed to I'm user one?
Yeah, because now you'll have 2 blocks with the same identification name, and that's going to be problematic. So
it makes sense.
Every resource needs its own ID name. So
unique name.
Okay. All right, so we're good right now. We have an EC2 and we have 2 users. So
also,
now, if we were to run this, it would not work because we're calling out variables that don't exist.
Yep.
So we have to go create these variables.
And also the format, you see how the equal sign for the instance is, the equals is kind of like one's a little higher than the other one. So you can just run the Terraform format command on this file.
Yeah, exactly. And then we'll show them afterwards how it gets fixed.
Yep.
Cool. So just press save quit. All right, so just cat that file real quick. Yeah, the tab saves your life.
Yeah.
So as Shiraz said, you'll see how the AMI in the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth line or whatever,
Yeah.
the equal sign is not matched with the
Not
equal
matching,
sign of
yeah.
instance. So run Terraform FMT, and what that does is that it formats any spacing or indentations for you. Press enter. All right, now cat the same file, just run the same command. Yep, and as you can see, it fixed the indentations for you.
Oh, it's not aligning.
What'd you say?
The equal sign is now aligning. Like that's
Yeah, exactly. It's lined up. Yeah, because that's what FMT does. There's a set rules of format that they have defined.
Yeah.
That makes you follow. But all right, cool. Now we have to go to our variables now.
Go where?
To our variables.tf. I think that's the name you guys call it.
Yeah.
Perfect. So let's
You can just copy paste that.
yeah. If you want, you can just copy and paste this 3-4 times. So you press escape, enter visual mode by pressing V. Now go up. Oh no. Yeah, you can do it. Yeah, you're at the bottom anyways. Go all the way up and press
Y.
Now escape. Go all the way down. No, don't quit. Go all the way down. Press O. Press enter.
V.
Now press escape and then P.
V. Oh.
Not V, P.
P, yeah.
As in Pablo. And go down, keep doing that 3-4 times. I believe we have username 1, username 2, iType, and AMI name. So 4. We need 4 of these blocks. Additionally.
So
press P, just go down. Press enter, press P.
V.
No, not V, P. No, man, it's all good. Press U. Whenever you do something like this, you press U, it goes back. All right, yeah, go down. Press enter.
I keep pressing V.
Why are you going to visual mode? We already.
I have no clue. It's just.
Yeah, but we already copied it.
Yeah.
Go down. Press enter. Yeah, exactly. All right, that's fine. I was gonna space them out because it looks a little cluggy, but
I can do it. Hold on. Let me.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm in escape mode. Go insert.
All right, let's go down all the way to the bottom. Exit. Press escape. And go down. Press. Oh yeah, you need to just press O. Press enter. Escape. Press P. Do that again, just one more time, and that'll be 4 new variables. Then I will just have to edit a little bit. So press O, press enter, escape, and press P. All right, let's go to the second block, which is there's 5 blocks here. So let's go to the second block. Go up, keep going. Go to the line variable, and now let's change the name. So we called our first variable AMI, I believe.
Right.
So let's change this to AMI because that's the variable that. To change bucket name, change it to AMI. Okay, just go to description and write AMI of Ubuntu 20.04 or something like that. Or just write whatever you want.
Okay. AMI bucket.
No, not bucket, because AMI is the image of an operating system, right? So do AMI of Ubuntu, because we'll use an Ubuntu AMI. All right, let's go down to the next block. All right, change this variable to I type, because that's what we are going to refer to as our instance type. All right, let's change the description to instance type or type of instance, whatever you want to call it, like the description. Okay, and of course, guys, remember you want to be as descriptive as possible in descriptions. In variable, the bucket name here, change that again. Now this is going to be username 1, and the next one is going to be username 2. So I'll let you take care of this.
I don't know. Description, user info.
All right, just to be more specific, you can just write like IAM user 1 or the first IAM user's info. Because remember, there's 2 separate IAM users that we're creating.
IAM.
All right, it's fine. It's just a description. But
yeah.
We're working in descriptions.
So basically, user name 2.
Yeah, because that's the second variable that we use.
That's the second one. And IAM user 2 info.
That's fine. That's fine. All right, so here we've only created our variables. We did not define them. We had the ability to define them in here, but we have a separate TF vars file where we can hard code these variables. So just save and quit. You've created your variables. So let's now go into our TF vars file. What did you call yours? Terraform.tf vars?
So let me see. Yeah, TF vars.
And now I press O. And now I'll just fill in those variables. Do AMI space equals, and then you're gonna have to go to your. If anyone in the chat can, while we're doing this, provide us the AMI real quick. Just press enter. We'll fill that in later. Just provide us any Ubuntu AMI. So now do I type space equals space in quotations. You're gonna write in the specific instance type that we want to create. So let's do T2 micro since we're using the free tier. T2 micro is T2 dot micro. Are you able to open up the chat, Kashan?
Yeah.
So Shire just posted a AMI, so you can just use that, copy and paste that. And also, just so as you know, we did for our variables, we told that all those variables are going to be strings. But be wary, there's some parameters or arguments that don't use strings. They use numbers or they use lists. And you can just read for the documentation to get that. Just put that AMI in quotations. Okay, so Mohammed Shazad is saying, well, Moa, it's funny because I remember when I was doing it, someone provided an AMI for me. I think Hillier did it once and it worked fine. But we'll see if we run into that issue. That'll probably be the only issue.
Yeah, just double check that.
Yeah. After I type, now you have to do the other 2 variables. So do username 1 space equals and then give it a name, and then username 2 space equals and give it a name. And remember, they have to be in quotations because they're strings.
So it could be any name?
Whatever you want to call your first IAM user and whatever you want to call your second IAM user. Just make sure you don't use no weird characters like.
Just give him the name Danish.
All right, just do
Danish.
Yeah, just do me and then do Shiraz will be the next one.
Danish.
Thank you.
Any super.
Yeah, I guess.
Super name 2.
Just give anybody else whatever you want.
Shiraz.
Nah, if you're calling me, you gotta call him something else.
I call him Superman.
Yeah. No, but so you can't have a space, so that's the issue.
Oh, okay.
So
Shiraz the Superman.
just do Siraj dash Superman or Siraj. That's fine too, man. That's fine. So it's not that big of a deal. All right, so save and quit. Okay, so we've edited our main TF, we edited our variables TF, and we edited our TF vars. So if you want, you can run a dry run with a quick Terraform plan, and it'll show you what's the new resources that are being created. If we're modifying any resources, which we won't be, but you can go ahead and run Terraform plan. And let's see what the output is.
So this function right here, Terraform plan, will summarize the whole thing. What changes you are making.
The way Terraform plan works is that it looks at your state file, it reads the state file configuration, and then it compares that to what your new code is saying. So it's saying 3 to add. So it looked at our state file. It said we already have an S3 bucket, and then it's like, all right, so now he's adding 3 new ones. And if you scroll up, you'll see that the 3 resources that are being added. So just scroll up a little bit.
Or another way to put it, like Dennis said, it will look at how you want your infrastructure to look like. So that's what it's doing. So if you have something already there and you already have it coded, it's not gonna change it unless you did a change to it. So it's only gonna make your infrastructure the way you planned it out. This is like your plan, basically.
They call Terraform like a declarative kind of approach.
Yeah, I was reading about it. Yeah.
All right, so cool. You'll see there's a user being created, another user being created, and then an EC2 being created. So this is good. Let's apply it. Since we already know that, so do apply it. Since we already know that this is going to be the plan, you can do a -- auto approve. But you know what? Let's not do it. Let's not do it. Press enter. That will just that's like doing yum install -y. It'll answer yes for you, but we'll just run this the same way and just press yes when you see the prompt. Okay, and after this, we're just gonna run a quick Terraform state list. And what that's gonna do is that's gonna show you all your current resources as per your state file.
I have to create my own notes just for this.
You have the documentations over there.
Yeah. It's like
very easy.
it's sometimes like you get confused. Like if you create your own notes with that step and you do once or twice, it just embedded the whole thing in your brain.
All right, now do Terraform state list, and then it will be done. And then if you want, you can destroy those resources, but then show us what to do the next.
You can validate
list. Yep, and press enter. It'll show you your resources. All right, guys, thanks.
All right, now go validate them in the UI, or if you know the commands, you can validate them. Let's do the commands instead of the UI. Can you list me your instances?
List all.
Don't take a guess.
I know this.
It's AWS, right? Of course, it's AWS.
Yeah. List.
Are you guessing? Are you guessing?
I am guessing a little bit.
Let's not guess.
So Mo, the way it works is first you do AWS, which is the command, and then you basically pass in the service that you want to like run this command for. So here we're going to do AWS EC2 space, and then if you put a space after AWS and get rid of the list all. If you just press enter right here, it will show you the various EC2 commands you can run. But you know it's going to be described instances is the one that we're looking for. Or I believe if you just do a -- what is it? Oh, yeah. So press up and put help after that. Help.
Help?
Yeah, help. Help.
Help. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Although that, funny enough, that should work too. So if you scroll up a little bit, you'll see. Look for anything that might help you look at your instances. So if you actually go to the letter D, now you'll see describe instances, and your EC2 got a lot of commands. I mean, of course, because it's a very versatile.
Okay, it's right here. Describe instance types.
The one right next to it on its right. Describe instances. Yeah. So this is the command that we want to type in, and it was going to show us our instances.
Okay.
And just to verify, is there a list instances? I don't think there is, but you can just check. Go to L. Any list behaviors do they have? They do not. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. No, they don't. So yeah, to describe instances, how you're gonna look for it. And you can run this, guys, with every AWS EC2, every AWS command to get an understanding of what the different commands are. So no, you have to do the whole command, bro.
You need the command.
AWS EC2, and then this
describe
- instances.
Hyphen instance.
It's instances. Yep.
Describe needs an S2.
Okay. Am I doing something wrong?
Describe. You have describe.
Oh, okay. Spelling. Always. Describe.
So we didn't give it a name, so I'm assuming that's why it's
correct. Now go look at the dashboard.
Yeah. So you can just go on your terminal. I mean, your AWS console, which is on the screen on the Google Chrome, the first tab all the way at the top.
browser.
I think he lagged out.
He has 100 tabs.
Yeah,
open.
I was saying this shit's a fucking tank, bro. My shit don't work that way. If you're there mode, just go all the way to the top, and
I think he lagged.
like you have some connectivity issues. No, you're going to the top in your terminal. When you go to the top of your browser, your Google Chrome.
Right.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
He crashed.
Yeah. That happens.
You guys made him crash.
Yeah, his gone. But yeah, his instance should be there. His stuff should be there. Was anyone else following along? All right, he's back. You gotta unmute Mohit.
Sorry, I was talking. I thought you guys was listening to me.
Go to your browser.
Go to my browser.
First tab. Instances running. Click on that, or click on instances. Doesn't matter.
0.
It's because it's not refreshed. It's weird. It's not running. Click out the X with the X out that. Yes.
All right, so the reason it might not work is go to your availability zone, go to North Virginia, because I think, but then you did AWS configure it to this region.
Yeah, but
I think it went to his regular region, the west. Oh, no, sorry, not west. East.
Yes, so switch your region. So you need to with that region, yeah.
I think it went based off his user region.
Yep.
Like a default.
That's what's a little confused when Shroud, you made that SD bucket for him and you specified you wanted in West 2 region. It was actually in North Virginia region 1.
It was still there?
Mm.
All right, look at the creation date. I don't know which one it is.
During last time. Today is the
last one. It's the last one.
Last one? Oh yeah.
Yeah, this is the one.
It has.
It's in US East 1D.
How'd that happen? Because we changed the region when he was making.
No, because the instance requires the region probably. So go back to your third tab.
Oh, right, because he didn't specify what region he want this EC2 to be in. So
I don't think there's a region parameter, but there is an AZ parameter.
Yeah, you could probably do AZ. Can you do go back to the tab, search bar, instance? No, sorry. Yeah, right here. EC2. Go back to AWS_instance. AWS_ instance. Right there. AWS_instance.
This one?
No. Is this the one that you used to create the instance?
Oh, that was.
I think you're going way too down.
You passed it.
Look at the name, right? It says EBS, it says EC2. Did you create an EBS volume?
No.
So this is the wrong one, right? Did you create an EC2 instance?
Nope. Oh, yeah. We did create the EC2 instance.
So it should be in this location. What is the name of the resource that you created?
It was. I can't remember.
What is the resource module? Okay, it's not. Is it an EBS? Let me ask you again. Is it an EBS volume?
No, it wasn't.
Why are you scrolling up to EBS?
Sorry, I was messed up a little.
I know, but you just gotta slow down. You just gotta read. It's AWS_instance_type. AWS_instance. It's not this. The resource that you used, what is it? Was it AWS EC2 Fleet? Was it AWS EC2 Host? What was it?
Might be
section.
Did you create an EC2 tag?
Oh yeah, I created an EC2 instance. Yes.
Yeah.
It's right in front of our face.
Yeah, Mo,
Yeah, it was right there, man.
It's literally
Dude,
right there. Just look for it. Look for it.
So literally, right after you wrote resources, right, and then in quotations you wrote something to, get the resource that you want for EC2.
I'm
confused. All right, Mo, I got you. Very simple. Very simple. Go scroll down to EC2 because instances. We know from EC2 instances.
Right.
Just read through all the resources, bro. Read through all the resources. You'll see which one you use.
Yeah. Just read it one by one, man. It's right there.
AWS instance.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the one. Cool. This is basically. This is
Availability zone. Scroll up. Scroll down. Slow down. Slow down. Scroll down. Okay. Scroll down. Do you see availability zone? This is AWS subnet. Right? You see how the resource says AWS subnet?
Right.
So can you control F on the screen, which you already have up, and search availability underscore zone? No, not there.
Copy availability zone and paste it where EC2 is up. Yeah, copy this.
No, not where
So I start from the bottom, right?
No, bro.
Mo, I got you again. Very
Just
simple.
availability zone.
He wants you to find availability zone on this page.
Correct.
So to do that, we need to use Control F, which opens up a little small search bar that you see.
He has it open for region.
Right there.
Yeah.
Just type in availability underscore zone in there, and it will show you all the occurrences of availability zone.
On this page. Spell availability properly, bro.
AVAI.
You could have copy pasted it. To avoid errors.
AVAI.
Yeah.
LABILITY. It's okay. So 5 of them. Nope.
Not an underscore zone, bro. You
No,
cannot
it's
space.
zero.
Tab it?
No.
Yeah.
Don't
have it.
Hold up, guys. What I'm trying to say, you're searching for something on this page. There's nothing called availability space zone, but there is stuff on this page called availability underscore zone. And there's 5 of them. So now if you click on that arrow, on the right.
Down arrow.
On the right.
On the right, yeah, down.
Yes. Correct.
Then you go to the second instance. Then you go to the third instance. Keep clicking. Go one more time.
Right here.
That's fine. The page didn't move. You're at the right place.
So now what does this parameter do?
This one particularly, it says it's optional parameters and it's easy to start the instance in.
Okay. Now let me ask you guys another question before we go ahead and do this. Does he have a VPC in US West too?
Yeah, he does.
Yes.
It was up there.
Yeah, by default, they give you a default VPC.
Correct. Okay, so now you need to use this parameter inside your resource. But before doing that, I need you to destroy that instance from your state file and let it delete it. I need you to destroy it, the instance from here. So what destroys it? Terraform or AWS?
Terraform. Spell it correctly, bro. Take your time, man. Backspace.
Terraform, destroy.
Target equals. What is the name of it?
I forgot.
Scroll up to look, bro.
Control C it. Terraform state list.
State list.
Okay. Which one is the instance?
AWS instance, my EC2.
Now run that command that you were about to run and put that. Thank you.
No. Yeah.
That's right. Then just put Terraform destroy -target. Control C. You already copied it. Control C.
Yeah, so I copied 2 times, I think. Okay. Let me do it again. So Terraform destroy equal.
Nope.
No,
look at
space dash dash. It's right above you.
Target.
You put 3 hyphens, bro. Put 2 hyphens.
Target
Equals
equal
perfect.
over here.
That's right there, perfect.
Enter.
Excuse me. Do you really want to destroy all resources to destroy all the management structure as shown above? There's no undo.
How many is it destroying? How many is it destroying, Moit?
I believe it's destroying that particular one.
Look up top. What does this plan tell you?
Plan is 0 to add, 0 to change, 1 to destroy. So that particular one, we added his path at the end of the hyphen target.
Yes.
It is destroying that one.
Yes.
Cool.
All right, there's 2 parameters I want you to add for your instance. One is the region, and second is the name of your instance. And the reason why your AWS CLI did not pick up the resource or showing you it was because our default AWS configure is set to US West 2.
Which file was this?
Main.
Main.tf.
All right. Instance. Press O. Availability underscore zone equals.
Availability.
Underscore zone.
Underscore zone equal.
Space equals.
Space equal.
Just put it in there. You can just put quotations US-West 2.
US-West 2.
Dash.
Yo, so it's availability zone. So just do like 2A for 2E for 2F, whatever you want.
Where?
Narrow it down. Narrow it down between A, B, C, D, E. After the 2, put a A, B, C, D, or E.
Oh, okay. For the name.
Yeah, in the availability zone. Backspace? No. Backspace. Yeah. Put like D. No, not all of them, bro. Just, alright, yeah. A is fine.
I wrote D. Okay.
Alright, perfect.
Okay. Fix your syntax. Look where your A is and look where instance type AMI is. Cool. Now add a name for it. Now on the documentation page, find where the name is.
Go in the background, the white screen, your browser. Find out, see where they listed the name and list it in the same place. Scroll up. Scroll all the way up. So you see they put their name 2 lines below. Go up.
So it's actually going to be no parameter or argument that gives you a name. The only way you could give a name an instance is using tags.
Yep.
And the name tag is a specific tag that names that resource. So just copy and paste that exact.
Yeah, copy this and paste it in the
tags right there. Copy that.
Command line.
Yep.
Where are you
No,
gonna
go up, go up, go up, go up, go up. Underneath the availability zone.
So go to the line that has availability
Yeah,
zone.
yeah.
Press O.
Yeah.
Oh,
Press
press O.
enter.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Paste
Does
it
it-
in there and fix the center.
Just just copy it. Yeah, it was like 2 lines below, and I'll paste
So
it.
it's not. I copied it, but
You did copy and I'll paste it.
Does copy and paste not work in Putty? I don't use Putty, so I'm not sure.
it works.
Yeah,
it works.
it works.
There you go.
You're good. You're good.
Can you add an extra line
Perfect.
after availability zone?
Yeah, no, after availability zone, before tags.
Thank you.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, go ahead and run this. Why don't we have to do this for IM users?
What was the question?
Question is, why don't we have to do the region for IM users?
Is it because they get
That's
assigned one?
global.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's answered.
So
You got to run it. No one's gonna help you, Mohit. You got this.
Sure, I have a question. Why did we do the tags for the availability zone again?
No, we didn't do it for the availability zone. We did it for the instance, so we give it a name. We're naming the VM.
Oh, okay, got it.
It has to be inside the same block as your EC2 because it's part of that.
Yep. What's next, Mohit?
Um,
Go back to your putty. What's next?
So I did run it. It ran successfully. I believe I would run Terraform apply.
No, not yet, man. You made a typo.
I mean, the dry run will be Terraform plans.
Spell Terraform correctly.
Always.
But yes, it's Terraform plan, correct.
Yeah, so we'll look at thing.
How many should it be creating?
Should create 2 IM users.
But didn't you already do that earlier?
2 instances.
How many instances? Are you sure it's one?
It's supposed to be 2, right?
I haven't seen one.
How many did you destroy before?
I destroyed 1.
So how many are you gonna be making now?
1 more, I guess.
Not one more. The same one that you deleted, but in a different zone.
Okay.
You see how the plan says 1 to add, 0 to change, 0 to destroy?
Yeah.
You're creating 1. Your code only creates 1. It doesn't create 2. Apply.
So you told us to create 2 IM roles.
No, 2 IM users.
2 IM users, yeah.
You already did that.
We did that, yeah. I just want to clarify what we did and what you asked us to do.
You did those.
Yeah.
First thing you did was a bucket. Then
Correct.
you created instance and 2 IM users. Then we realized our instance is in the wrong location.
We destroyed 1, the one that.
Yep. Can you change 2D and just put 2? See if that works.
Change what?
Look, you have an error. What is the error telling you to do?
Yeah, error, launching source instance, invalid parameter. With a value invalid availability zone US West 2D.
Vim makes a main.cf and then just remove the 2D. Just put 2 instead of the D. And redo everything that you tried doing after. Yeah, remove that D.
I got it. Oh.
Save and quit it.
And just do Terraform apply.
Terraform, just go up. Yeah, just apply it.
We know the plans.
Want to add. Still giving us error.
Invalid availability zone, 400.
It's supposed to be 2A, 2B, 2C or something like that, not just particularly 2. This is my 2 cents, my thinking, my understanding.
Do you mind going to the documentation just quickly?
Yep. Just
And go down to where it says availability zones, and it'll tell you how to. Well, they put 2A there.
Yeah.
No, let's go
Put
down.
2A instead of D.
hold on.
No, go
Yeah,
down.
I know it's me.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I had to take over. I had to quick it up. All right. He already has it up, so. Oh, I see what you mean.
A to Z to start.
Because 2D probably doesn't even exist.
Right.
Yeah. A, B, or C.
Every US East has a D.
So every region has different zones also. You just gotta check it out.
Yep. Nice. So the invalid availability zone US-West-2A/code for 100, meaning it's not request ID. 1 second.
So it should work.
Yeah.
The only issue is that. Oh wait, is that true? AMI might be from a different AZ.
Yeah.
Oh,
Because
yeah,
each region has its own AMIs.
Exactly. So you'll just go to your EC2, launch a new instance, and choose US West 2 and get an AMI from there, and just put that AMI instead.
Just gonna go with this one. Mohit, do you have a Git repository yet?
Not yet. No, I actually created in the morning. I should have one.
Okay. Does not exist. That's some bullshit. Unless it wants this one. That's kind of weird. That should have worked. Does not like the AMI. This should be the AMI right here. Try this one. If not, we're not gonna spend too much time on it.
Yeah, I just think the issue was somewhere how like he was in one zone and then it was just an issue with that initially. So I think that's probably what it is. Otherwise, the syntax, everything is fine.
I mean, you can also declare the region also in your provider. So let me try that 1 second.
Oh, bro, that's so true. Because when you guys copy and paste the provider's file, what did you guys write in there? There we go.
I have the reason.
That's the issue.
That was the issue. That was the issue. I think.
Because that's the backend that was initialized. Wow. All right.
Yeah, I figured it was somewhere.
Hope that's the one.
No, that means we don't need it in here. Yeah, I'm like, it should be declared somewhere else. And boom, right there in providers. It says bucket region error, incorrect region of bucket is not in US West 2. That bucket that you have, did it also create that in US East? I'm thinking it did. Yeah, that bucket should be in US East because of our provider.
By default.
No, it's global. Oh, I see it. It is in North Virginia.
Yeah.
All right, Terraform. Oh, Terraform destroy. Oh, it's also gonna give me an error. Because we changed our provider region. So it's gonna complain. I removed it from the stick file manually. So now I should create the bucket and create the instance. To add the bucket and the instance.
Yeah, Mo.
Very sorry, Shiraz. I just looked away. So you just took away the region, right, inside the resource?
Yeah, I took away the region from the resource. I just changed it in providers, and then it was complaining that Mohit bucket, it can't find it because we created Mohit bucket inside East because our provider file is pointing to that.
Oh, okay, I got you.
So I had to just delete it entirely to make sure it's in the proper region.
And then remake it inside the correct region.
Yes.
Okay.
So your region is going to go inside your provider location, provider file. And I think we should be good after this. All right. So where's your Git repository, Mohit?
GitHub. Hold, can I take over? On the screen?
Yeah. You can open it in the other window because this one has too many tabs.
Yeah. I think this one has.
Here, I see it. Let me take the control.
Okay, go ahead.
You just gotta go to his left icon.
Hey guys, sorry, no breaks. We should be done by like 5:15. I'm gonna put it into modules real quick, so you guys can see that. And then for the IAM user, I'm gonna create a for loop for that, so you can see that. I'm gonna create 2 repositories because one's gonna have one's gonna be in modules, one's not. Yeah, this bucket's taking forever. I created the instance though. This is super long. Just for a simple bucket. It's crazy. That's crazy.
It's not usually slow. It's like, I think I'm sharing the screen. Maybe that's why it's taking a little bit longer.
No, it was fine earlier. It's not you, it's AWS, I think. Your network probably going to AWS. Can you log in?
Wait.
Yep, thank you. Let me see if it's still creating. Yeah, it's still creating. That's crazy. All right. So I will cover Git a little bit, but before I do it, let me just get this done. You have Git installed. I don't. Just complaining that all right, if you're installing Git, you have to install Git.
Well, that's interesting. They also install rsync. I guess that's what it uses to send it over. That's fine.
All right, so you can do Git init. You can do SSH or HTTPS, but I don't think you have your SSH key on here. So you're supposed to get your SSH key in your settings and upload the public key. So they won't ask you for a password. For now, I'm going to go with HTTPS. See if this guy's still complaining. Yeah, something wrong with this guy. If anything, I'm gonna change the name of that. All right, so inside my root git Terraform, which is the repository that he created, his repository's name is Terraform. And then he also has a dev in here. So we're going to cp dev star to get Terraform.
Sure, give me 1 second. Let me just pull this down. I can't do it. Okay. Cool.
What's your username? No, you could enter
Super Centos.
email address. Add it right here.
It should be m.actor718 @gmail.com. m.actor718 @gmail.com.
And your username?
Super Centos.
That's the name?
Yeah, I believe so. This it says.
No, it's like there's 718.
Oh, that was the Terraform user. Sorry.
Enter your password. Why is it doing main.com?
It's gonna do main because I think that's the default name of his branch, which is main.
Yeah, I think you also have to do this part.
If you read that first error that you got, it says support for password authentication was removed on August 13th. So I think they use SSH keys to.
Yeah, either keys or tokens. But then I have to
Or
recall.
personal access token, yeah.
Yeah, because there's a security risk
Yep,
with entering passwords now. And a lot of these repositories are done through SSH. If not even SSH, they still do HTTP, but they do tokens which are encrypted because security. Just do it once more. Enter your password.
Shiraz, can you do git status real quick? I just want to check something. I think by default, yes. So you see the branch is called master, not main.
Oh, yeah.
So just change the origin push to master instead. I mean, GitHub recently changed theirs to main, but I guess the program still keeps it as master.
It's probably the version that we're using.
Yeah, I have a older version. That's what I'm.
I didn't know that. Okay.
New branch, master to master. That's your files. Now let me go check up on that. That's filling. All right, so we added his code in to his repository. It's right here. You guys can follow the same exact steps. Create an account, upload an SSH key, and clone using SSH, and then follow the steps that they have for that repository. So now let's go ahead and modulize his code.
So it says the request bucket name is not available, so you might just have to give like a very unique name, like class bucket 718 or
class bucket already exists.
Yeah, exactly.
It's shared on his group.
Try you just wrote ES instead of East in the last one. US East.
So Shiraz, if I'm understand this correctly, now you're just gonna split up the main TF into the EC2 part, and then the IM into the IM part, and so on.
Kashan, quick question. Why you keep doing X?
Siraj, this is actually Shiraz taking over Kashan's screen, and he's doing all this. So basically, what he's, if anybody's wondering why Shiraz is doing this, he's just splitting up all the different resources that are for instances into the EC2 folders main TF and all the IAM resources into the IAM folders main TF. And he's doing the same thing with the variables and with the Terraform TVF bars.
What is dot X for when he saves the file or whatever?
The :X, I believe, is something that save quit.
Wait, what? Save and quit?
Yeah, I mean that's my assumption. I'm pretty sure. I don't use that. I use WQ, but :X is the same exact thing.
Oh, good to know.
So now once he's done with this, he's gonna run these modules and show you guys how to use modules. Because he has 3 modules now. He has an EC2 module, an IM module, and an S3 module. and then in his root directory, root working directory for Terraform, he's gonna call out those modules. So it's pretty cool.
Sorry, I was talking on mute.
Yeah. Oh, were you? Okay, I had a feeling. I was like, yo, it sounds like.
Yeah. I was basically copying over all the same files over to the modules, right? So I know the class is a little extended today, but just give me some break. So I copied over all the files, the main.tf, the Terraform TF bars, the variable file, and I'm splitting our code up. Since originally our code was creating everything all together, we're splitting it up. We're putting the S3 inside the module inside S3. So it's a main.tf file there. Same thing for the instance, same thing for the IAM users. I'm basically splitting it all up. This is going to be modules. In main.tf, it won't know that we're using modules unless we declare it. So that's what we need to do next. Just give me 1 second. All right. So in here, we're going into our .tf file. And now it's just going to be module S3. And here we're going to have, we got to declare the source, like where is it located? And it's located in modules / S3. All right, so that's modules S3. That's where it's located. And here we can pass the values. So we only have bucket, which is our bucket. I just kept the other one.
So Shiraza, since you already have a TS bars in each of those module folders, I guess you don't need that bucket, do you?
I'm gonna erase my TF bars.
Oh, no, that's perfect. Yeah, that's fine.
That should be fine. This is actually the one tricky one. Now for this, do I have to declare 2 or 1?
You see, I see you're saying tricky. You might have to run the module twice.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But the problem is,
what's in the module main TF? Is it both of these? If both of them run the TF, then you just run it once and pass the 2 variables.
that's what I'm thinking. It's gonna be a tricky one, but it's okay to fail.
Yeah.
But it's gonna say name equals, yeah, I think it's gonna complain. Now we have two names. These two should be fine.
Yeah, they're 100% Gucci. This one might be a little tricky, like you said, because it's two different resources. But I think it should be fine. We'll see.
Give me 1 second. Let me validate that. I'm checking it out. And the modules we're creating are local modules, but we can use modules that they already have. The cloud provider will already have. I actually found something for it too. Okay, I see it. So I could put both of them together, but I need to make sure that my module takes care of that first as well.
I also showed these. We see we have name twice. Was that the Oh, hold on.
So the issue is that inside our modules,
Yeah,
main.tf, just control A. We have two of these resources that we're creating.
I see.
And they both have name parameters associated with it. And the modules is supposed to be reusable. So it's gonna work.
So you know what we need to do actually? We need to do IAM user 1 equals var username 1 and IAM user 2 equals var user 2. I think. No, this is the resource. What do we name the variables? You can go into the var TF for these guys.
Let me just do it with
Yeah,
one.
you can do it twice. You can do it twice. That is even easier. Yeah.
And then I'll change it up after.
Yeah, so username 1, username 2.
Now that we have that in our Terraform TF file, we don't need to give any of these. It might need to be declared here still.
Oh, you have to initialize for the modules to be.
Yep. And the only issue in this case is that the bucket is only in one region. Now we're in global. We will create a new bucket. Oh yeah, that. There's a lot of this in here. Terraform apply. What, you lost? You know what I did?
No, I'm here. I'm here. I'm just watching you.
Terminal close.
I think it's lagging.
Oh damn.
Yeah, you gotta connect again. I think we saw the other one.
No, you do, yeah.
No, I think this one crashed too.
Oh, I may have to go into the room.
You just go to the virtual box. What?
We may try to make error and see which is an execution. We can start machine over.
Yeah, I guess. I think we finally broke it.
That's good. That means we're working on something good. We're learning.
And yo, Mo, this is just a fun thing, recommendation. For the next hour after class, bro, just go through those tabs. If you
I know, bro. Like
that would help me, bro. I'd be happy for you.
Hold on 1 second. This was the IP was 141. Machine restore snapshots.
You're saving the machine state. You shouldn't be saving it.
So we just access our machine. I'll just start again. Take this out.
So guys, make sure you guys create a GitHub account. This is where we're going to store our repositories. Bitbucket is used a lot in the workplace. GitHub, not as much. It's the same thing. Basically, it's the same exact thing, just who owns that product. Same exact commands, same exact tools. GitHub is just a different organization. You might end up using GitLab. You might end up using Bitbucket. Just depends. I noticed the security aspect of it at the moment is headed towards GitLab. And a lot more companies are using GitLab versus using GitHub or versus using Bitbucket. So it's the same exact commands on the UI and CLI. You can also set up multi-factor authentication. So make sure you guys go on the website for github.com, sign up, create a user, and then you can create a repository. That repository is where we're going to store our code, and you can either do so using HTTPS or SSH. I would recommend using SSH at the moment. Getting a public key generated, go to your settings, upload that public key, save it, and then clone the repository using SSH. Make sure you guys configure your username, whatever username you have on GitHub, your email address as well, whatever email address you're using on GitHub, and that's what you're going to be using. So make sure you run these commands. Git will also might tell you to run those commands as well. So git clone is what clones a repository from the remote repository to our local repository. Anything on the command line is considered local. Anything on the browser is considered remote. And there's multiple branches. By default, it can be a main branch or a master branch. But when we make changes to any code, we have to go and change the branch and make our change and then create a pull request. I can quickly show you guys. Whoever has GitHub, I can show you. I think Moid has that. So you're gonna clone the branch, and you're gonna make your changes, and then you're gonna push your changes to the other branch, whichever one your main branch is for your team. And it's gonna require approvals because they don't want just people randomly just pushing random shit to the code, and then whether it works or not, they want to validate that. So that's what through pull request. There's people on the team that are gonna approve your changes when you're making changes. For example, in this case, let's say there's a bucket that exists, Mohit class bucket. We need to change that bucket name to something new. So we need to create a new feature, which will clone the existing branch. And then we're going to make our new changes into our TF bars file. And then we're going to push the changes back. And then we're going to manually delete that bucket that existed probably before. So git status will tell you what current branch you are, or you can run the git branch command. That will also tell you what branch you're in. Anytime you have to push changes, you have to make sure you add the changes first. So you have to add the local changes, then you git commit. Commit is the message that shows up. Git push is pushing our local changes to the remote repository. By default, it's going to push the branch that you're in. But if you would like to change and send the changes to a different branch, make sure you do -u origin the branch name. And let's say if somebody can be branch on the remote repository, you're not going to get that locally unless you do a git pull, which will fetch all the latest changes and make sure that you have those branches also on your local. So whenever someone makes new changes on the remote repository, which is the browser, we need to pick up those changes, and git pull will do to pull those changes. Git log, you can go through logs and check all the commits. You can merge branches, which is what we're doing through pull requests. So by default, in a workplace, there's probably going to be minimum 2 branches. There's going to be a dev branch and a master branch. The master branch is probably the main branch. Sometimes they use it, sometimes they don't. Dev branch is mostly the branch that we use most of the time. And depending on what kind of repository it is, what kind of code is in there, what it deals with, there's different branching strategies that you'll see. So sometimes you might see like 10 different branches, you might see 5 branches, sometimes you might only see 2 branches. So each team, each organization does their branches uniquely, and each repository is unique as well. So when you make your changes, you're going to create a new branch with the name of the ticket, and we'll make those changes. All right, Mohit. Let me just run through this. Pull request is probably the biggest thing that you need to know. I'll cover that right now, and there's CI/CD that you guys will learn. All right, Mohit, you can share. All right, your machine's back online.
Yeah, I have 2 machines at this point. Open up. This is the stage.
It's fine. You don't have to do it right now. CD git Terraform. No. Terraform modules. Terraform init. Okay. Terraform plan. It's supposed to create these resources in US East. I changed providers to that. Oh, I didn't pick up those. Okay. I see it. Let me see if it works without these files, without these variables. Fail to instantiate, provide AWS to obtain schema. Root. Sorry, what happened?
No, sorry, I was running out of storage. That was a notification.
You only have one provider's TF, right? Just over here.
I changed it. I might be the name.
That's fine. That looks fine. Also.
Oh, I see it. This one also has its own. I think they both got created the same place, though. Why is there 3? Oh, that's the bucket. US-East-1.
Maybe you put US East 1A.
No, the region has to be a region. I just think they don't match. That's why the USC's 2. Yeah, this should be fine. Not to change it.
Oh.
So this is expecting US West 2, but why is that?
AWS configure.
That's a fact. That's all. It's not hard. Third time's a charm. Oh my god. Yeah, let's verify one more time. Okay.
File.
Can you just look at the console right behind us? I just want to see what the scene is over here. So he has 2 Actar states, so it might not be able to. I'm surprised 2 buckets have the same.
Oh, they're global. That's weird. Yeah, I see it. I got it. And spell it right. So I'm gonna wait a second till that's done. So let's say if you had to make a change in here, you have to go ahead and create a branch. You could also fork it. It's the same thing as a branch. It's a little different, but same thing. Why is it not letting me create a branch from here? You could create from the CLI, but oh, fine, create a branch. Okay. You could do a branch called, let's say the ticket number is CLP, meaning cloud platform, maybe. I spelled it wrong, but I don't really care. That's a new branch. Again, it's going to be the same as this one, but now we're able to make your changes.
So sure, sometimes this is how you've seen it in the work environment where a branch is named a ticket number.
Yeah.
Nice, nice.
So I'm editing it from right here versus editing it over there because it's just a simple change. So I'm just going to say head to class change, okay? Class bucket. Go to the bottom of the list. Right here, you're going to add update term. Basically, everything on the command line you can do here. But it just depends which one's faster. Adding new. Okay, so just commit directly to that branch. Okay, so we committed that. Now it has that. Now you create a pull request. You see how it already popped up? Compare and pull request. Right? And it's going to ask which branch, to which branch. It's going from this branch to master. Create pull request. There's nobody here, but you can assign yourself and stuff like that. See, there's no approvers and stuff. You would have reviewers right here, you see? People on your team. You assign it yourself, information. And now if you just got to merge it, right? But you want to validate the changes, you could look at the commit. See, adding new bucket. Yeah, it tells you this got deleted and this got changed. And then you're just going to hit merge pull request. And it also tells you how many files changed if you want to see that. Now you merge it. Now you delete this branch that we created because we don't need it anymore. Right? You can restore if you want to, but you won't need it anymore. Now I come back to code. The other branch doesn't exist anymore. And you see how I said 2 minutes ago, and now it has a new bucket name. That's how you're going to make your changes. That's from the UI. You can do everything the same over here as well. Why the heck is this taking long? But yeah. But I can have Liam cover this stuff with you guys tomorrow. The modules. So if you guys want to try getting modules running on your own with the stuff that he has. And he can also share this with you guys as well if some of you guys are missing this.